Mhm. There it goes.
Julie, it's really patchy. I can't hear it.
So no sound on that one? Here, let me try this. Thank you. I know exactly what I did, or what I didn't do for that matter. So let's try that again.
Are you a broker who is planning to start a team or open a new real estate company? Or are you a broker who has created an entity, such as an LLC or corporation, for receiving your real estate commissions? You will likely need to obtain a real estate firm license from the North Carolina Real Estate Commission. In North Carolina, any entity that engages in brokerage must hold an active real estate license, even if it's just used for depositing commission checks. The term business entity includes any domestic or foreign corporation, limited liability company, association, partnership, or joint venture. Sole proprietorships do not require firm licenses. If you want to use an entity for your brokerage business, you must first create your entity and register it with the North Carolina Secretary of State. You can use an entity that was created in another state or jurisdiction, but first you must register it with the Secretary of State's office as a foreign entity. Once approved by the Secretary of State's office, your entity will be assigned an identification number, or SOS ID. You will be required to provide your SOS ID to the Commission to obtain a firm license. There are 3 more decisions to make before submitting an application for a firm license. You must determine who will be appointed as the qualifying broker, how many brokers in charge will be required, and who those brokers in charge will be. First, you need to appoint a qualifying broker, or QB. The QB will be responsible for assuring that there is one broker in charge at each office location, renewing the firm license annually, retaining the firm's pocket card and certificate, securing and preserving the firm's transaction and trust account records, and notifying the Commission of changes within the company, such as name, address, trade name, or QB appointment, as well as any suspension or revocation of authority to do business. To qualify to be QB, an individual must hold an active North Carolina broker license. The QB cannot be a provisional broker. Also, the broker must be a principal in the entity. For example, in an LLC, the broker must be a manager. In a partnership, the broker must be a general partner. In a corporation, the broker must be an officer. Next, you must determine how many brokers in charge will be required and who will serve the role. One broker in charge, or BIC, must be designated at each office location of the firm. An office means a location where brokerage acts are performed or where trust monies or records are handled or kept. Each BIC will be responsible for assuring that all affiliated brokers maintain current and active licenses and adhere to all agency agreement and disclosure requirements, notifying the Commission of changes within the company, such as name, address, trade name, advertising, maintaining trust accounts and transaction records, and supervising provisional brokers affiliated with the office. To qualify to be BIC, a broker must have an active North Carolina license and must have been practicing brokerage on a full-time basis for at least 2 of the previous 5 years. The BIC cannot be a provisional broker. What about one-person entities? If you have a one-person entity, you may serve as both the QB and the BIC as long as you meet the requirements for both roles. In limited circumstances, a one-person entity may not need a designated BIC if it has been created solely for compensation purposes. If you have questions regarding whether your entity may qualify for this exception, please refer to the firm license application or call the Commission office and ask to speak with a firm licensing specialist. Once you decide who will serve as QB and BIC, you're ready to complete and submit the firm license application. A link to the firm license application is provided on the Commission's website in the Licensing and Forms menus. You will need to set up an account on the website if it's your first time submitting a firm license application. Please note that you cannot begin the firm license application until your entity is registered with the Secretary of State. Once you submit your application, the processing time will be approximately 7 to 10 business days. For more information about the firm licensing process, visit the North Carolina Real Estate Commission's website at ncrec.gov. Answers to many frequently asked questions are provided under the licensing menu, or call the Commission at 919-875-3700.
Okay. So just a couple things before we jump in and talk about, again, some of those points on that the video was discussing. Kind of a good introduction. Several times now, he's given you phone numbers of contact. Any way to contact the Commission is going to be on the home page. So if you come down, you can see their address, mailing address, contact information, regular phone number, regulatory affairs. We're going to talk more about regulatory affairs when we talk about the disciplinary action. But for right now, let's just consider regulatory affairs, the people that try to keep us out of trouble. So if you ever wonder, should I be doing this? Should I be doing that? The Commission would rather you call in advance to make sure this is okay, instead of finding out later that it's not because you've gotten yourself disciplinary action. So just to point that out, if you're looking for that information. The other thing that they mentioned, again, if we look under forms, at the top under the forms tab, and you have, yeah, licensee forms of form 2.21. Let's see. No, that's not the one I want. I'm sorry. Here it is, application forms under application. Form .172 is the firm application. So when you're ready to submit for your firm license, again, it's all right here on the Commission's website. 2 years from now, you're not going to remember this conversation. So when you're ready to do this, remember you have a very intuitive search bar up here, a good place to start. And you could always start with the video library as well, because as this information changes, they're pretty good about updating the video. So just again, keep the Commission's website in mind as a really good resource and a really good reference. I know some of the stuff you're learning now may not apply now. So somewhere down the road, if and when it does, I'd like you guys to be comfortable coming here so you know where to start, you know how to access this information.
Julie, it didn't state like what type of facility, like what if the firm is required to be in like a brick and mortar? Can you have virtual? Can like the firm's actual location, I guess.
I think if the location is, as as the video said, if the location is designed for like public access, then that would be your office location. If you're going to do virtual from home, then you still would need somewhere, even your home address would qualify if you're going to be your own entity. So it might be, if you're a virtual, that your home address would be your firm address. And that's the roof that you would need the BIC under.
Okay, I must have missed that, sorry.
Yeah. A couple of you indicated that somewhere down the road you may be interested in starting your own firm. I can't advise you on what type of firm to create when you're ready. So I'm not here to tell you what to do. When you are ready to start your own firm, it's suggested that you reach out, have a discussion with your attorney, have a discussion with your accountant, talk to your tax advisor, because there's several different types of firms out there. So for our purposes, the business entity or the firm is an organization created by an individual in order to conduct business. And there are several different types of entities. So which one are you going to do? I can't answer that for you. This is, again, is a conversation for your attorney, your tax accountant. Just real quick, kind of the differences. A corporation is owned by shareholders. So what sets a corporation aside is you have shareholders, they purchase share, that makes them part of the corporation. An LLC is kind of a blend of a corporation and partners. So in addition to shareholders, you also have partners. With a partnership, you have a general partner, you have limited partners. Some mostly for decision-making purposes. Maybe they have, the general partners typically have investment into it. The limited partners may be able to make decisions. Associations, various associations, who is associated with the firm, and then joint business ventures. So you might be able to combine businesses, maybe a one-stop shopping. Some firms have for example, an in-house mortgage lender. So you might be able to have a real estate firm, kind of that joint venture of real estate and mortgage lending. So just know what I want you guys to get from this is there are several different options out there. Obviously, if and when you're ever ready to create your own firm, you're going to want to do your research, make sure that whatever you're conducting, creating the firm with the type of business that you want to conduct. When you're creating a firm, you're going to create an entity. You need to register it with the North Carolina Secretary of State, SOS, Secretary of State. We're going to watch another video in just a second, but if you're creating a firm using your surname is your last name. So if you're creating a firm using your surname, then you wouldn't have to register an assumed name with the Register of Deeds. If you are going to, like, for example, instead of Campbell Real Estate, let's say I'm going to have Julie's Real Estate Shop. Julie is not my surname. So now, in addition to creating it with the Secretary of State, I also need to register an assumed name with the Register of Deeds. And that's what the video we're getting ready to watch in a second. There is a commission rule on name restrictions. For example, the firm name cannot be the name of a provisional broker. It cannot be the name of an unlicensed person for real estate firms. Another name restriction, you can't use the name of a current or past broker without their permission. So if you want to name your firm in honor of your mentor, you would need theirs or their family's permission to do so. There's also some permissible names. We're going to talk about those in just a second. So that was fast PowerPoint, but let's get back out of this. And we're going to go back to resources, video library. And this time, we're going to watch the video on registering an assumed name. Maybe. There we go. Mm-hmm.
North Carolina Real Estate Commission Rule 58A 0103C states, any licensee, broker, or firm who wants to advertise or operate in any manner using a name different from the name under which the broker is licensed shall first file an assumed name certificate in compliance with General Statute 66, Section 71.4, and shall notify the Commission in writing of the use of such a firm name or assumed name. That means you need to do this first, then this, or this, before you can do this. My name is Betty Biggs, and I am Bick of a sole proprietorship. I advertise as Biggs Real Estate. Do I need to register an assumed name? No. If you are operating as a sole proprietorship and your business name includes your surname, which is your last name, you do not need to register an assumed name. My name is Jill Mikowski, and I am Bick of a sole proprietorship. I advertise as Jill's Real Estate. Do I need to register an assumed name? Yes. If you are operating as a sole proprietorship and your business name does not include your surname, you must register the business name as an assumed name. My firm is legally registered as Cats, Kittens, and Diggers, but now we want to advertise as KCD Realty. Does this firm need to register an assumed name? Yes. Any real estate firm that wants to do business or advertise under a name other than the registered business name must first file a certificate of assumed name with the County Register of Deeds office. Thanks to the Secretary of State's database, it is easier than ever to register an assumed name. File your assumed business name certificate at one Register of Deeds office in one county, any county, in which you and/or your affiliated agents will do business in North Carolina. Here are the 5 easy steps to registering an assumed name for your real estate company. Step 1. Decide what name you want to use. Step 2. Search the SOS database to make sure your name is not already in use. If the search comes back with no results, it means the name is not already registered, so you can register it. Step 3. Download the assumed business name certificate from the link on the Secretary of State's website. You'll also find the forms to amend or withdraw an assumed name here. List all the counties where you will do business, or check the box and pick them all. Step 4. File your completed form at a Register of Deeds office in one of your chosen North Carolina counties. There will be a fee to process this form, so bring your checkbook. Step 5. Inform the Commission of your newly registered business name here, or here. To review, the 5 easy steps to register an assumed name are: number 1, decide what name you want to use. Number 2, search to make sure your assumed name is not already in use. Number 3, download the assumed business name certificate from the SOS website. Number 4, file your form at a Register of Deeds office in one of your chosen North Carolina counties. Number 5, inform the Commission of your newly registered business name. Still have questions about registering your assumed business name? Visit the North Carolina Real Estate Commission's website at ncrec.gov or call the office at 919-875-3700.
So again, registering, if you're using your surname, just a form of your last name, then you don't need to do that step. Everybody good with that? The only time you need to register a name is if you're using something other than your surname to create your business. If we look, and I hope I'm still logged in, I hope it didn't kick me out, but the digital, one thing I like about the digital manual is I can show you guys and we can see what we're looking at. So if you have the hard manual, then the information we're getting ready to look at is in Appendix A, which is in the very, very back. Another thing I like a whole lot about the digital, if you click, you see these 3 little bars up here on the top, and you click on these and it gives you the different units, the different chapters. So you could come down to Appendix A and see where we are. But you also notice in the digital, it has Post 301, Post 302, and Post 303. So everything what we're talking about in the digital manual in this class, that tells you, it just takes you straight to it in the digital manual. So it kind of pulls out all of this information and just kind of gives you what you need for this class. So again, we're going to look in Appendix A. And specifically, when we look at Appendix A, there's a couple things that we just need to have a quick discussion about. So here is permissible names of entries. And this is the rule that we were just discussing. Can you guys see this okay? I wish I could make it a little bit bigger. There we go. The rule that we were just discussing, that the broker can't include the name of a PB or an unlicensed person in the legal or assumed name of the sole proprietorship. And you cannot use the name of any current or former broker without the permission of that broker or their authorized representative. So again, if they're no longer with us, you would need permission from their heirs to use the name. So the manual gives you some examples. You know, here's a situation about Sally, for example, Martha Brown and Jackie Page. Not all owners of the corporation LLC have to be licensed, but to practice real estate, you need at least one with a license. So that's kind of the scenario that we're going in here. Permissible entry for business purposes. This is so interesting to me every time I have this conversation. There's a certain category under North Carolina general statutes that's under the category of professional services. And this is in regards if you want to like combine, like maybe you want multiple firms under one umbrella. And in order to do that, they all need to be professional services. And under this definition, real estate is not considered a professional service. So because real estate is not considered a professional service, for the Real Estate Commission's purposes, we can't have an entity with other professional services because we don't fall into that category. I think it tells us here, kind of gives us some examples of who would be the professional service. I asked this question. This was a call Trisha Moreland question, because again, she's just phenomenal to have on speed dial. I can't tell you the benefit of that. And you know, basically what it came down to, the real estate isn't considered a professional service because the licensing doesn't require any type of formal education. College degree is not required. A high school diploma is not required to get a real estate license. So part of the reason we don't fall into that category is because we're not required to have any kind of, that's just a side note for you, FYI. So again, Appendix A, we'll do a little bit more in Appendix A during our time together. So with the firm license, you got your firm application, which is that REC form 1.72 that we looked at under forms, application forms on the commission's page. The firm name on the application has to match what you register with the Secretary of State. So the two need to be identical. Again, you need to register an assumed name with the Register of Deeds. That just depends on if you're going to use your surname or not. All entities, all principals must satisfy character requirements. So part of that process of getting your license, where they do your background check, that kind of thing. Even though you don't have a license, even though the individual may not have a license, the firm does. So they need to make sure everybody has good character. Again, bottom line, the commission's main purpose is to protect the public. So we want to make sure that you're not creating an entity with somebody that has bad character and is going to mistreat the public, mishandle the public. And then, this might answer a question, because this says BICs appointed for each physical office. So that goes back to your question about the virtual office, doesn't it? Let me do a little bit of research. Let's put a big question mark by what we said earlier, and let me do a little bit more research just to make sure I'm answering you properly.
Okay, great.
I made myself a note because my little brain won't remember it 5 minutes from now. So I got a note. And again, as the video was saying, any entity that is engaging in real estate, even if it's just for the purposes of collecting commission, needs to have a firm license. Remember, your options are either you're a firm or you're a sole proprietor. So if you're receiving compensation, then you're going to want to create a firm license. Under the firm license, something called a qualifying broker is required. We'll talk more about the QB in just a second. And the firm license is just for that, the firm. It doesn't extend to any individual. So not only does the firm has a license, but the individuals that are going to engage in real estate are going to have a license as well. And just like everybody else, the firm renews annually, this May 15th to June 30th time period. Again, all licensees renew during this time. All firms renew, all schools, all real estate schools, all education providers, everybody renews at the same time. And that's this window we're in right now of May 15th to June 30th. You could also create a firm to use it as a pass-through. If you want to run your business for tax purposes, you want to pass through business. The pass-through firm doesn't need a broker in charge if you're just creating the firm to receive compensation. So a lot of individual brokers are affiliated with firms, but they also have their own firm set up just to get paid. So you pay the business, or excuse me, your firm pays the business. Berkshire Hathaway, for example, pays the business, and then the business pays you, the individual. So you don't need a BIC. Just if you're a pass-through, though. If you're going to have a branch office, no branch office, and no licensed person other than, again, you're just setting it up as a pass-through. Get with your accountant on this. There could be tax benefits. You guys being new, some of you may even be new to the world of independent contractor. You might, hopefully your first year or so, you're meeting with an accountant anyway, just to make sure you're taking advantage of all the things that we can, mileage and advertising and that kind of, all your membership dues, the money you paid for this class, all of that can be taken into consideration. So if you haven't already met with an accountant as an independent contractor, I suggest you do so. Once the firm is created, each firm is going to have this qualifying broker. So the qualifying broker is an active full broker licensed in good standing. They're a principal of the entity. So they're going to be, if you're a partnership, they're going to be a general partner. They're an LLC, they're going to be a manager. If they're a corporation, they're going to be an officer. Or if they have a 10%, more than a 10% vote, I guess I should say 10% or more vote, decision-making position. So each firm has a qualifying broker. The QB is responsible for making sure that each office location has a designated broker in charge. So again, if you have 5 locations, you have 1 QB for the firm, and then you have 5 designated broker in charges. The QB is the one that's responsible for renewing the firm license. They're going to retain the firm's pocket card. And then they need to keep the commission notified of any change in status, address, or name, or if they step down as the QB. Any change of address or name needs to be submitted to the commission within 10 days of that change. It's one of our commission rules, 10 days. Responsibilities of the QB, they are there to preserve the transactional records and the trust account records. So in the event that your designated broker in charge leaves, the responsibility of maintaining the records now falls on the QB until they can transition those to the new designated BIC. So in the event that we lose our designated BIC, the QB is responsible for those records. If you have a change in your broker in charge, This is a great opportunity for the QB to get their hands on those records and make sure that they're handled properly. I would think the QB would want to take the commission's trust account course to make sure they know how they're handled as well. If for some reason the broker in charge loses or mishandles any of the trust account or transaction files, the QB would need to notify the real estate commission. So if the BIC leaves, let's say, and the QB audits the trust account and they find all sorts of errors, it's best to notify the commission ahead of time, then let them come in and do a spot audit and let them find it. So notify the commission. The commission will work with the QB and whomever, the new BIC, to make sure those records get cleaned up. And then if we change the firm's name with the Secretary of State, SOS Secretary of State, again, we're just keeping the commission in the loop. Did I hear a question? No? Am I hearing things now? Great. Fantastic. So let's talk about bad things that could happen. The worst thing that could happen to your firm, well, there are other things, I guess, but one of the worst things that could happen to your firm is if your QB's license goes inactive or expired. Because if your QB loses their license, then the firm loses their license. At the firm, then the BIC, and now all the provisional brokers. Do we see the trickle down effect here? So it all starts at the top with the QB. So remember earlier, we said your broker in charges are on you for making sure your license is renewed. And you said it would be a bad idea to say, hey, BIC, is your license renewed? It may not also be a bad idea to say, hey, QB, is your license renewed? And that's all the office locations. Remember, one QB, 5 offices, that's 5 locations that would have to go inactive and temporarily shut their doors until we can get another QB in there. Again, the BIC loses their designation. They would go back, the BIC would go back to BIC eligible. Okay, so the designated BIC would go back to being BIC eligible. Of course, if we don't have an active firm license, and that's going to terminate our agency agreements. PBs become inactive. Full brokers can remain inactive, but they're at their home address until they affiliate. This is a huge trickle down effect. As the video said, if it's a one-man show, the QB and the designated BIC can be the same. It just depends on how it's set up. Again, when you guys get to this point, if you make a note of nothing else, make a note to go to the commission's website so you know the current, and don't hesitate to call them. They would rather you call them and get this set up properly up front than them spot audit you and find something that you did wrong after the fact. Fair enough? So let's walk through some scenarios together. You are affiliated with a real estate firm and can plan to continue to work for them. But you create an LLC or another entity so that your commission checks can be paid to the LLC rather than you personally. So instead of paying Julie Campbell, you want it to be paid to Campbell's real estate account or whatever you call it. Do you need a firm license to act as a pass-through to be paid the firm? You can do your head one way or another. Do you need a firm license for your firm to pay you, run commission checks through you? What do you guys think? Seen some yes, seen some no? In this case, you do need a firm license because you created a firm. You created an LLC. So once you create that LLC and your firm license, everybody with me, the commission pays the firm, your firm, and then your firm pays you. Could be tax advantages. CYA, call your accountant. In this same scenario, do you have to be a broker in charge? Do you have to have a designated broker in charge? This is kind of a trick question because it depends, doesn't it? You don't need a BIC as long as you're not going to advertise your services, have a trust account, or have anybody affiliated under you. So do you need a BIC? It depends.
But if you're using it just for the pass-through, and like you said, you're not doing it to advertise, then no. So would a person do this, have their commission check or use the LLC as a pass-through to have, to establish like, what do you call it? Documented, I guess easier to monitor and maintain documented income, like for your
Yeah.
business.
For your reporting
So,
purposes,
for
yeah, and you
recording-
might have some other tax advantages or benefits there as well.
And even borrowing money, like if you want to have established credit. Okay.
Yep.
Is that
Yeah, 'cause you would
common
apply
here?
for a loan under your LLC and not under, Julie Campbell.
Correct. Right.
Maybe, and this is kind of bad to think about, but maybe one reason to create your own firm, your own business, if I were to get sued, they could come after the house too, right? They could come after all my personal property. But if I created a firm, they would sue the firm. The firm doesn't have a personal residence, right? So there could be, not that I plan on getting sued, but there could be, some other benefits there. And why would you want to create, for example, this LLC?
Okay.
Okay, other questions? I know this is all brand new. You didn't talk about firms and QBs and pre-licensing, did you? So this is probably the newest information. The rest we're just kind of building on. Again, if you didn't hear anything else I just said, do your research. Do your research. Start with the commission's website, talk to your tax accountant, talk to your attorney, go to Google, but just be careful because you know Google. We know how Google works. Just careful of your results. Okay. There is another license category, a separate license in North Carolina. It's called a limited non-resident commercial license. That's a mouthful, isn't it? Are you guys good if I call it LNCL going forward? LNCL, limited non-resident commercial license. So let's break this down. What is this about? Limited is referring to the number of transactions. You're doing a limited number of transactions. Non-resident means commercial. You're not dealing with residential. So you're dealing with commercial. Basically what this is a license. You're actively licensed in another state and you're issued an LNCL to come into the state of North Carolina to conduct a limited number of commercial transactions. LNCL. So the definition of the LNCL is the real estate, commercial real estate, you could do for office, industrial, research, etc. Again, you're coming to the state to do a limited number of commercial transactions. Residential doesn't apply. The person holding the LNCL is an individual that resides in another state other than North Carolina. They have an active license in good standing in what's known as their qualifying state. Qualifying state is the state that they are licensed in. So they're basically going to the commission and asking permission to come to North Carolina to do 1 or 2 or 3 commercial transactions. And because of their good standing in their other state, because of their active status in their other state, they're issued this type of license. The LNCL has a form that we'll look at in just a second. NC or REC form 1.79. They don't need to be affiliated with a firm, but they do need, we'll learn in just a second, they do need basically a broker to sponsor them. They need somebody to be underwall. It doesn't have to be a firm, it could be an individual. And there should be some sort of broker cooperation agreement. Again, I got that form that we'll look at. LNCLs required to retain all records. They're going to document everything. And they're going to keep everything for 3 years as well. After the expiration of the LNCL license, after the transaction ends, whatever that 3-year time period is. The LNCL has to renew their license every year. You want to guess when they renew? May 15th to June 30th. Renewal period's always the same. They must certify at the time of the renewal that their license is in good standing in their qualifying state. So they have to say, yes, I'm from Idaho or whatever, but my license is in good standing. They have to verify that. Some limitations to the LNCL. Well, they can't reside in North Carolina. Their residence, their primary address is somewhere else. Again, this is commercial transactions only. No residential. And we mentioned their sponsoring broker. Officially, they're referred to as the resident broker. And they need a brokerage cooperation agreement with that resident broker. The resident broker pays the LNCL. The LNCL will then be responsible for paying their firm back in Idaho or whatever state they came from. Any advertising that the LNCL does have to clearly state that they are limited non-resident commercial real estate broker. So any advertising has to state their license status, who they are. And I think I just misspoke a second ago, so let's clarify this. The commission that the LNCL earns here in North Carolina is not paid to the individual, as is always the case, it's paid to the firm. So the commission will go to the firm in their qualifying state. There we go. And then the qualifying, their firm will pay them according to their compensation plan. There are more of these in the state than what I thought. We'll look at some numbers in just a bit, but there's about 250 LNCLs currently in North Carolina. Yeah, that surprised me. I was expecting there to be like 2. But there's, 250. So there's more floating around than what we thought.
Are they
So as we,
mostly, I'm
yeah.
sorry, Julie, are they developers? Like,
maybe as long as they're, as long as they're licensed in their state, but maybe their developer wanting to come in, maybe they work for, or they're employed by Corporate USA, and Corporate USA wants to open a new warehouse or factory in North Carolina. So they send them here. They send them here to help them with purchase that, make that purchase, for example.
so residential and, I'm sorry.
That's
Commercial development, excuse me.
Yep, commercial development. Yep.
You
Yeah,
said
or
200.
commercial building, commercial industry. I mean, you know how quickly things expand, right? I mean, look at PNC Bank. They got their origins up in Pittsburgh, right? Which is like my neck of the woods, my hometown. And now you see PNC Bank like everywhere. I mean, my uncle just came to visit a couple of weeks ago and he was blown away. He was like, our bank is everywhere. I'm like, yeah, man, we've crossed the state border a long time ago. So, good Corporate USA is going to try to expand, and they may have one agent that represents them, and they can send that one agent to everywhere to help them find and purchase their next commercial building or warehouse or whatever.
Yeah, I was surprised to see PNC too. I immediately took out my PNC card because it's predominantly in New Jersey as well. So
Yep.
it's happening.
And it's funny because I was with buyers like 2 or 3 years ago. They were moving up from Atlanta, and we were out looking at property and we rounded the corner and he got all excited. And I was like, what, man? Well, he was like, there's my bank. So even, you know, down as far south as Atlanta and everything, he was, I've never seen somebody happy to see a bank before, but you know, one less thing to worry about when you move, you know, if you have to move because of state, it's one less thing to worry about. So
Yeah. Mhm.
definitely a perk for him. Each LNCL, again, I earlier referred to them as a sponsoring broker. Technically, they're referred to as the resident broker. I think, you know, resident broker is the official name, but basically what they're doing is they're sponsoring this LNCL. So the resident broker, this is interesting, does not have to be a broker in charge. The resident broker can be a full broker. The resident broker could be a provisional broker. You could take on an LNCL if you wanted to. How about that? With that being said, before you take on an LNCL, you need to check with your firm policy. To be a resident broker, first off, you have to have an active license. As a provisional broker, if you have an active license, you're affiliated with a firm. Some firms are willing to take on an LNCL, others are not. But what's so interesting to me is that the LNCL does not need to be a broker in charge. Again, all they're doing is just making sure, all the resident brokers doing is just making sure that the LNCL is following the guidelines in North Carolina. Because if we said earlier, if they're coming from another state, it's very safe to say that they're not used to how we do things here. So the resident broker is making sure that they follow North Carolina license law and commission rule. You can't enter into multiple agreements with multiple resident brokers, but they would all be for different transactions. You get one resident broker per transaction. You can't like commingle resident brokers. And again, the duties of the resident broker, well, they need to verify that the LNCL's license stays active and on good standing. They are actively and directly supervising the LNCL. Again, making sure they're doing things the North Carolina way, not getting off our beaten path. At any time that the LNCL stops acting in accordance to the Real Estate Commission, the resident broker is responsible for reporting them. The resident broker too documents everything and keeps those transactions for 3 years. And if there's any trust monies involved, then the resident broker is handling the transactional trust money. Keep it in charge that the broker in charge, keep it in mind that the broker in charge is responsible for the trust account. Broker in charge is always responsible for the trust account. And obviously, the resident broker's license has to remain active and current during this relationship as well. Because if the resident broker lets their license go inactive, then the LNCL needs to find another resident broker. Again, it's that trickle down effect. So again, for those of you that are affiliated, no matter where you are in your career, somebody gets in touch with you from out of state and says, I want to be an LNCL, will you be my resident broker? They may even offer to pay you. You need to get with your firm and check your firm's policy on that. Make sure, one, the firm allows it. And two, remembering that the commission very well may have to run through the firm if they're going to pay you to do that resident broker thing. It just is up to firm's policy. This, between me and you, seems like another good liability to stay away from. Not unless you know this LNCL and you know how they're going to handle themselves and how they're going to conduct business. I would be wary of doing it for a stranger that you knew nothing about, right? Not knowing that they're going to follow the rules and be in compliance. That's just me. I'm a rule follower. So let's look, get back out just a second. I don't have a video, but just a few forms to look at. When we go back to the Real Estate Commission's website, here it is, the application form, non-resident commercial license application. So this is the form that the LNCL would use to complete to get that process started. Limited non-resident commercial real estate license. There's a fee, $100 fee. It asks for their primary place of business. This is their qualifying firm from their qualifying state. There's the license information in their qualifying state. What type of license are they? The state, the license number. Again, they need to check the LNCL's character issues, because before they let anybody deal with a member of the North Carolina public, they need to make sure that their character's in good standing. So they're going to ask about previous criminal offenses, previous license disciplinary action, any liens or judgments on you, etc. And then just the application on how to submit the form. The other thing to look at real quick with the LNCL, again, if we look in Learn, Test, Pass, under here under this Campbell folder that I have set up for this, there's an NCAR form, the North Carolina Association of Realtors. You guys know that NCAR provides us with our pre-printed forms. Yes, the Real Estate Commission does not. It's the North Carolina Association of Realtors that provides our forms. So one that NCAR has created is the brokerage cooperation agreement for the LNCL. So you do have this, like how are we going to get paid and when, basically is what this addresses. Obviously, if this form doesn't fit the situation, then you need to contact an attorney to draw something up, to draft something up. Then your resident broker and the LNCL sign agreeing to the commission. Questions on the LNCL? Something else new, isn't it? A couple new things for you today. Okay. We're just a couple minutes early, but let's go ahead and take a break before we start in the next section. Again, I hate to start something and then stop in a minute or so. So let's go ahead and take our break, take 10 minutes. I will come back at 1, let's see, 43, 53, 1:55, we'll say, and go on to the next section. Okay. Lauren, if I could get you to change your name and do your license number. Thank you. Sometimes it sticks and sometimes, look, my digits went away when I logged back in this time too, so. But I know, do what? Do what?
It never stays the same. I don't understand why.
You know, and I think sometimes too, I don't know, but sometimes if we use like family members share devices, then they might log in as something and something else. But yeah, I know some people will never have to do it again. And others of you may just have to do it every time you log on. So the wonder that is Zoom, right? I don't pretend like I understand Zoom because I don't. And just when I think I got it good enough, they say, we're going to do an update. And makes me nervous about that is I don't know what the update is. I just know, so it's like, hang on, you know, anything could happen. But to be fair, before Zoom, we had technical problems as well in the live classroom, you know, so that piece is nothing new. So welcome back. The next section is on maintaining our license, broker's license maintenance. So we're going to talk about the renewal fee period, the CE, all that good stuff. But first, you're never going to believe it, but the commission has a video for us to watch. This first day is a lot of TV watching. So you poor things, you come to class and you watch TV all day. That's pretty bad, isn't it? So let's see, again, on the commission's website, resources, video library, and then they have a video on how to renew your license.
North Carolina brokers, it's time to renew your real estate license. It's important to renew your license, even if you haven't completed CE. If you don't renew your license by June 30th, it will expire. During this video, we'll address some of the most frequently asked questions about renewal, and we'll provide step-by-step renewal instructions. First question, when do I renew? The annual period for renewal of your real estate license begins at midnight on May 15th and continues until 11:59 p.m. on June 30th. Next question, how do I renew? Log into your record on the Commission's website, ncrec.gov, on or after May 15th. Step-by-step instructions are provided at the end of this video. How much is the renewal fee? The renewal fee is $45. You may pay by Visa, MasterCard, Discover, American Express, or PayPal. Will I get a receipt? Yes. A printable confirmation of renewal will appear on your screen when the renewal process is complete. Will the Commission mail me a new pocket card? No. Instead, you will be able to download your new digital pocket card as soon as you complete the renewal process. Also, you can print your pocket card if you prefer to have a paper copy. I haven't completed CE yet. Can I still renew? Yes. Be sure to renew your license by June 30th, even if you didn't complete your continuing education by June 10th. If you don't renew, your license will expire. Can I pay my renewal fee by check? No. Commission Rule 58A0503 dictates that you must renew online. If you send a check to the Commission office, your check will be returned to you. Can I call the Commission office and pay by phone? No. Rule 58A0503 requires you to renew online. Also, the Commission doesn't accept credit card numbers by telephone. Can I go into the Commission office and pay in person? Per Commission Rule 58A0503, you must renew online. If you go into the Commission office, you will still be required to renew and pay online using a computer in our lobby. No cash or checks will be accepted, even in person. What if I don't renew by June 30th? If you don't renew your license online by June 30th, your license will expire and you will have to cease providing brokerage services. refer to the Reinstate Your License page on the Commission's website for information regarding license reinstatement. I have questions about renewal. Where do I go for help? If you have questions about the renewal process, our license specialist will be happy to assist you. Send an email to ls@ncrec.gov or call 919-875-3700. Here are step-by-step renewal instructions. During the May 15th to June 30 renewal period, go to ncrec.gov and click on Renew Your Broker License. Type your license number and your PIN. Your PIN will be the last 4 digits of your Social Security number unless you've changed it. Then click on Login. On the Licensees menu page, click on Renew Your License. The first page is a quick overview of the renewal requirement. Click on Next to continue. Review the contact information on file with the Commission, including your residence, mailing, and office addresses, phone numbers, and email addresses. Update information as needed. Click on Next to continue. Read the public notice statement regarding employee misclassification. Then scroll down on the page and click to certify that you read the statement. Click on Yes or No to answer the question regarding whether you have been the subject of an employee misclassification investigation. If you click on Yes, you will have to type an explanation. Click on Next to continue. If you are a broker in charge, you will be required to disclose information regarding any criminal convictions or disciplinary actions that have occurred within the previous year, if applicable. Click on Next to continue. If you are a broker in charge, you'll be required to disclose information regarding your trust accounts, if applicable. Click on Next to continue. It's time to pay the $45 renewal fee. Though you cannot see this in the video simulation, you will need to click to be redirected to the payment page. You may pay by Visa, MasterCard, Discover, American Express, or PayPal account. Once your payment has been processed, you may download a new digital pocket card and print a receipt. When you see this page, you have successfully renewed your license. Do you still have questions about the renewal process? If so, our license specialist will be happy to assist you. Send an email to ls@ncrec.gov or call us at 919-875-3700.
All right, so since most of you told me you renewed, I think we've all renewed, so that should have been a review. You just saw it within the last couple of days, just kind of timely that this class is in June and we're watching the video in June. So again, if you haven't renewed yet, please do so by June 30th. Serious consequences for not renewing. So let's talk about what we just saw in the video and a little bit more. Your broker license maintenance, how we maintain our license. Now that you guys have them, you worked hard for this license. And now that you have them, let's work hard to keep them so you can keep going forward. So as we said, the annual renewal period is May 15th to June 30th. We renew by paying the fee. Okay, renewing your license does not have anything to do with CE or post licensing. When the commission refers to renewing your license, what they're saying is that you have paid the fee. As you guys know, it's $45 this year. It's been $45 for as long as I can remember. So, I'm not saying that they could never go up, but I think there's a rule that says if they do go up, they can only do like a percentage. So in other words, they can't do like a major hike next year or anything. When you renew, you guys have the option. You have to provide an email address for the real estate commission. You could do a private email, I believe is the verbiage they use. You have the option to provide a public email address. So if you want your email to be made available to the public, you have that option, but the private email address for the commission is required just so they can get in touch with you if they need to, any questions or anything come up. So one thing the video kind of pointed towards that we need to make sure that we really understand is the difference in a current license and an expired license. A current license has been renewed. And what did we just say about renewal? When you're renewing your license, you're doing what? That's right. Some of you are showing me the money sign. You're paying the fee. So to keep your license current, you show them the money. To keep your license current, you pay that fee. Failure to renew your license means at the stroke of midnight on July 1st, your license is expired. I don't care if you did CE. I don't care where you are in your post licensing. Failure to pay the fee means your license is expired. Can you conduct brokerage activity on an expired license? Can you typically get paid on an expired license? No. So you need to make sure that you renew to keep it current. Everybody good with that? A current license is all about, when I see current, I see the word currency. A current license is all about showing them the money. Current license can have two categories. A current license could be active or it could be inactive. It's current. Why? Because you've shown them the money. Okay. An active license means you're current, so you paid the fee, plus you're up to date on your education. If you were required to do CE this year, you did it by June 10th. If you weren't, because this is your first year of licensure, then you'll need to do CE by June 10th, 2023. At the time you renew your license next year. Please don't wait till June 10th, 2023. We'll talk about CE in just a second. So your license is active because it's current, you paid the fee, and you're up to date on your education. Your license is inactive. You're current, meaning you're up to date on your fees, but you didn't complete your CE or post licensing on time. You're a PB without a BIC. Several of you told me this morning that you were inactive. You're still current, but you're inactive, or by choice. Some people choose to maintain an inactive license. Maybe they think they're done with real estate, or they need to take a break from real estate, maybe, start a family or care for an elderly parent or something, but they don't want to let their license expire. So they pay that fee every year, that $45 every year. I'm going to pick on Keith in just a second, because that sounded like, if he doesn't mind, of course, because that sounds like the boat that he was in. Keith was really smart. And for all those years, he sent them $45. And somebody may say, gee, Keith, you could have saved $45. But Keith, was that a waste of money?
No, it was not.
No, it was not. And we'll talk about why Keith doesn't feel like he wasted his money in just a second. You could ride for the rest of your life on an inactive license. All you have to do is send in that $45. Everybody with me? I've heard instructors say that their family members have instructions talking about, if I am on life support during May 15th and June 30th, please send my $45 in. For when they unhook those machines and I walk out of the hospital, I have an inactive license. I can work with that. Isn't that funny? So your license is current. It could be active or inactive. It's current because you've paid the fee. It's inactive, either you're missing education, PB without a BIC, or by choice. CE deadline every year is what? Every single year. I see your mouths move. Yep.
June 10th every year.
June 10th. Yep. Guys, this may or may not surprise you. You know how many people called Lane on June 11th this year and said, I think I missed CE. What can I do? On June 11th, what can you do? Nothing, because when's the deadline? June 10th. If you guys, this is your second or your third post licensing, or you heard about it in pre, you're going to hear about this in CE. There's a reason why we talk about this over and over and over again. And it's because every year on June 11th, people call real estate schools and say, can't you offer me one CE? No, The CE for deadline, the deadline for CE every year is June 10th. The Real Estate Commission has put a blackout period on CE from June 11th to June 30th, which means no education provider in the state of North Carolina can offer CE from June 11th to June 30th. The Real Estate Commission is trying to process all of our renewals. Remember, we said all licensees renew, firms, schools, instructors, QBs, everybody renews during this time. There's, I don't know how many, I mean, there's at least 100,000 licensees in the state, and there's more firms and schools and education providers. And there's like 40 people that work at the Real Estate Commission. So that blackout period is their time to process everything, make sure they have everybody's information. There's nothing that Lane can do or any education provider. If you miss the June 10th deadline, we'll talk in a second what happens to your license on July 1st. I'm also going to make a plea right here and right now for y'all not to wait until June 10th. Please do not wait for the last minute to take your CE. Most schools will start ramping up CE again August, September, something like that. So you have this period of time from late summer, early fall to June 10th. You have a good, what, 7, 8, 9 months, something like that, to take your CE. Why in the world are you waiting until June 10th? Things happen. Again, Lane offered CE on June 10th this year. She had about 40 some people in the class. That's just one class, one school, wait until the last minute. That very thought makes me so nervous. Because what if any one of those people woke up that morning and Spectrum was out and they didn't have internet? They missed their CE deadline. My other plea for you guys, take in CE as soon as you can in the year. If you're out actively practicing, don't you want to know what's going on now in the fall instead of waiting until June, wait until almost, 9 months later? So I typically do mine, me personally, winter seems to be a slower time. So I typically try to do mine November, December, something like that, when we just historically have this slower time anyway. That's my preference. And then I don't have to worry about it. I think a couple years ago, it was like March before I got my done. And I did not like that. I did not like that at all. That was too late for me. So never again am I going to wait that late. Of course, you guys do what you want to do. I'm just asking that you consider not waiting until the last minute. Do you have a question? Is it Nabila? Did I do that right? Nabili.
Sorry, I'm still getting used to Zoom, but
Oh.
now but I do now have a question. So the CE credit, the CE courses are they're various or different types of courses that you can take, and where are those courses located at?
So we have 2 CE classes that we have to do. We have to do an update course each year, and then there's an elective. So let's talk about these, and then we'll talk about where we can find them. The update is the same material for all of us across the state. Guys, we're getting ready to learn. There's like 108,000 active licensees in the state of North Carolina right now. There's a lot of licensees. We all get the same information in the update. Now, depending on who you are, if you are a PB or a full broker, you get, I don't want that color, we'll see it in a second. You get the Gen Up. If you're the broker in charge, you get the BIC Up. So the provisional broker or the full broker take the general update, also known as the Gen Up. Those that are BIC eligible or designated broker in charge get the broker in charge update, also known as the update. Make sure you take your appropriate update. You can take whichever one. You're only going to get credit for the category that you fall under, PB and broker or BIC. And in addition to the update courses, we also have a 4-hour elective. And the elective is a topic of your choosing. Whatever, if you have a certain niche, is there something you want to learn more about? I know it's just some common electives that come to my mind off the top of my head. There's one out there called the Contract Maze, helping you negotiate and maneuver your way around the contract. This year, there was a new CE elective called Working with Buyers, because you know it's been very challenging lately, working with buyers. So elective, try to stay current and relevant. I know there's electives out there about green housing, sustainable housing, property management, commercial. So whatever your niche is, whatever, I almost hesitate to say this, but you know, I can almost say this. Name a topic, and it's safe to say that you can find an elective course for that topic. So how can you find these elective courses? Well, of course, you can go to any school, any real estate school, and search their page. But if you also go to the North Carolina Real Estate Commission and you look under the education tab, then you can search CE course schedules, CE providers. So if you're looking for a certain, especially now that most of us are still on Zoom. So if you're looking for a certain topic or a certain location, you can always come here and search, you know, that way as well. Or like you could go to Carolina School of Real Estate or whatever your other favorite real estate school is.
Okay, another question. So this may be silly, I'm not sure. So the general update and the big update. So if you're a BIC, do you take just that or do you take both, the gen and the BIC?
You just do the BIC up.
Okay,
BIC just says BIC up. Yep. We only have to do one update a year. Just make sure you take the right one.
okay,
Again, if you're a BIC and you take the gen up, you're not going to get credit for your update. So then you got to go back and take BIC up. Does that make sense? If you're a PB and you somehow get into the BIC up, you're not going to get credit for the update. So you have to take the right update, whatever's right for you.
so the big update though, it will, the information is covered in the gen up will also be covered in the BIC up too, right?
Yep. Yep. And then
Just a
you get
little bit more.
additional BIC stuff.
Okay,
Yep. So yeah, that's a good point. Thank you. So you cover everything. So you know what your brokers are getting, right? You'll know what they're getting in the gen up, but then you'll get additional BIC stuff.
okay.
They used to, just FYI, they used to do, BICs had to take the gen up and then they had to take a broker in charge elective. So they took the gen up that everybody else took, and then their elective was also basically the BIC up. And BICs started complaining. They're like, man, we want to do electives too. You know, we want to do some of these things that are niche or we want to learn more about. So that's when they created, about the time that they created the BIC up and kind of incorporated that information. Did anybody do CE this year? Did anybody have to? A couple of you did. Next year you will. I don't know what our topics are next year yet. I'll usually get that information about July, which won't help you guys because we'll be done, but we'll all see it. We'll all see it next year, regardless of what it is.
Where do you get your designations from?
My alphabet soup,
Yeah, okay.
that's what I call it. Various places, North Carolina Association of Realtors, NCAR, they offer designations. The National Association of Realtors offer designations. So
Okay.
I would start with
Okay.
NCAR. You have a New Jersey Association of Realtors, NJAR, is that what you
do.
guys call it?
We call it, NCJR. But New Jersey's a mess in terms of like our boards, our, associations, and then of course NAR. Like I'm an ABR.
Okay, and that was an NAR, right? National
That was
Association, yeah, I think that.
Mhm.
Yep. And I will say, I mean, North Carolina may be tougher and we may have different rules and everything, but man, NCAR is on point. So if you guys haven't been to NCAR yet, North Carolina Association of Realtors, once you're a member of NAR, you get something called an NRDS number, or a NERDS number, we like to call it. Your NERDS number is your access to NCAR. And they have various training. All our forms are found on there.
I'm sorry,
NCAR, yeah.
Now, electrician is here, and if the power is going to be disconnected, but I make sure I have enough battery.
Okay, all right, good, good.
Just give me one second.
Go get your AC fixed, yes. One of my designations is the Graduate Realtor Institute, and that's through NCAR, and that's like, they say that's like the Mac Daddy of all, because it covers buyers, working with buyers, sellers, negotiations, architects. I mean, it covers all sorts of things. So the GRI, Graduated Realtor Institute, is a pretty common designation. Again, once you get affiliated and you join a firm. I don't think the general public knows what all of our initials mean. So I think some people will say, well, I don't know what all this means, but it sure does look good after their name. So that's why I called them. I know some other agents use it in their advertising. Like they will say, my GRI stands for Graduate Realtor Institute, and it stands for this and this and this. So one thing I like about the GRI is you don't have to renew it every year. Once you have it, you got it. They can't take it, no dues or fees or anything. So that's nice. I like not getting charged for everything I do. So again, just some very, very important dates. Please mark your calendars, especially until you guys get used to this. CE is June 10th every single year. Please don't wait till the last minute. Licenses have to be renewed by June 30th. Again, if you haven't done it already, please do so. Once you renew, you'll get a new pocket card each year. This is your proof of licensure. Commission rule says we always have proof of licensure. You can either do a digital pocket card that you put on your phone, or you get the paper copy. Once you cut it up, this thing fits beautifully in your wallet. So wherever you want it. Just remember, anytime you're conducting brokerage activities, you need to have your pocket card on you. So ladies, if you're like me, when you go away for the weekend, you have your weekend purse or your party purse. And as you're transferring out from your weekday purse to your weekend purse, just make sure you grab that, because when you're sitting at the restaurant and somebody says, I heard you're from North Carolina, I've always wanted to buy a home in North Carolina. Do you know somebody that can help me? Yeah, I'm always ready to go with a stack of business cards, because you never, ever know. So have that card with you. Again, if you don't have it on your phone, you have the pocket card, the wallet card. Your pocket card is also usually your admittance ticket to CE. So to get into CE, they may want to see your pocket card. Each school is different. Again, if yours doesn't say June 30th, 2023, you got 12 days to renew it. Remember, we have notification requirements from the commission. We need to notify the commission of a name or an address change. Anybody remember how many days we had to notify the commission after the change? Yep. You guys are so good. So 10 days after your name changes, if you get married or divorced and you change your name, you want to notify the commission. If you move, and again, it's so easy these days. All you do is you go to the commission's homepage, you click on licensee login, put in your license number and the last 4 digits of your social, and you can update your information right there. The other rule, firm affiliation. If you're going to affiliate your firm, if you're going to change your firm name or address, again, those follow under the same rules, the same guidelines as what we had before. Changing the name, keeping the commission current on or keeping your commission updated on the current name, current address. Now that you're licensed, if you get a conviction or a disciplinary action from either yes, Sabrina, no. So if you get yourself in trouble, there you are. So if you get yourself in trouble with another professional license, maybe you have a home inspection license or an appraisal license, for example. If you get yourself in trouble with your other professional license, or if you get convicted of a felony or a misdemeanor, does anybody remember how many days we have to report that to the Real Estate Commission? How many days to report a conviction or a disciplinary action? Yep, 60 days. So if you get convicted, not charged with a felony or a misdemeanor, but convicted, or if you get yourself in trouble with your other professional license, you have 60 days to report that to the Real Estate Commission. Are you going to get a disciplinary action by the Real Estate Commission? I can't answer that. They handle that all on a case-by-case basis. What I do know is if you don't report it, then you will face a disciplinary action. Okay, so always report it. So let's see, if you're an inactive for less than 2 years, what happens? Let me back up. What are we talking about, Julie? So how do you reinstate an inactive license? And how you reinstate an inactive license just depends. And a lot of it depends on your CE deficiency if you have one. If you've been inactive for less than 2 years and you have a CE deficiency, so you haven't done CE, they will make you take this year's update and elective. You will have to take a couple extra electives to get caught up. However many are you behind? How many are you deficient? And then you submit an activation form that we'll look at in just a second, Form 208. Once you do these things, then you can reinstate your license. Do your head one way or another. Can you take CE on an inactive license? Can you take CE on an inactive license? Sure, sure. So even if you're inactive, you could still take CE so you wouldn't have this CE deficiency. As long as you could stay inactive, pay that $45, you could still, if you choose, keep up with your CE. So if that's the case, if you don't have a CE deficiency, when you're ready to go active again, it's an email away. It's so simple. But if you don't keep up with your CE, then you got to get caught up. If you're CE inactive for more than 2 years in a CE deficiency, and Keith, sounds like this might be where the category you fell under. So you do the current year's update and elective. You have to do 2 30-hour post-licensing courses. So you may not have to go back and retake 302. I would look into that if I were you, just to make sure you're, if you don't have to, we don't want you to, right? We only want you to if you have to. And then submit your activation form. I guess, had you ever had post-licensing? Had you ever had it, taken it?
What did you say? Did I?
Yeah,
Oh, I had one course, the contracts
back in the day.
well, it was probably about 3 years ago.
Okay. But back in the day when you first got licensed,
When I
did they even have post licensing?
I don't think they had it.
I don't think they did.
No, because it was just a regular sales license.
Yeah, it was just the regular. It's before we became a
Right.
brokerage state, wasn't it? I'm looking at your 128 and realizing that was a long, long time ago. So yeah, why don't you just verify with the commission? I want to get you on the right, make sure you're on the right path here.
Okay.
Okay. So inactive license, again, you got to get caught up on education, CEs, and then post licensing if you're more than 2 years. Guys, the thinking behind all this, why do they make you get caught up? Rules and laws change so fast and so frequently. If you've missed 2 years of CE or post licensing, you've missed a lot. So they need you to get caught up, make sure that you're up to date on your education so you can properly serve your buyers and sellers. To reinstate an expired license, remember, failure to pay the fee means that your license is expired. I don't care if you've done CE or not. Failure to pay the fee means your license is expired. If your license is expired for 0 to 6 months, let's say you forget to pay the fee, You realize this on July 1st, you get notification that your license is expired. All you have to do is pay the reinstatement fee and the renewal fee. So it'd be $45 times 2. And then you got to submit that application, which we'll see in just a second. 0 to 6 months, pay the fees, submit the application. So expired less than 6 months. You wake up on July 1st and go, ugh, you pay the fees, assuming you did CE. If your license is expired 6 months to 2 years, and you decide you want to go active again, you pay the fees, you submit the application, you come back and take 1 post licensing, or you go back to PSI Testing Center. To me, this is a no-brainer. I don't ever want to go back to PSI Testing Center. I would take a 30-hour post licensing class before I went back to PSI. But again, that's a choice for you to make. So if it expires 6 months to 2 years, pay the fees, $45 times 2, submit your application, and then choose one or the other. If your license is expired for more than 2 years, and this is why Keith sent his payment in, you have to start all over in pre-licensing. Y'all, please don't do that to yourselves. Please be like Keith. Send in that $45. At least he didn't have to go back and do that. And I think that's absolutely well worth it. Questions or comments on this? This happens a lot more than what you guys realize, by the way. My last in-person pre-licensing class that I taught, I had 2 people that were there because their license had expired more than 2 years ago. They thought they were done with real estate. And then they woke up one day and wanted to come back. And they said, what do we do? And the commission said, you have to start all over. Comments on this? So let's walk through some scenarios together. You pay the fee, but you forget to take CE by June 10th. What do? Well, you have roughly 20 days there to get your affairs together, don't you? To get it closed. Because when you wake up on July 1st, your license is what? You pay the fee, but you forget to take CE. What's your license status on July 1st?
Active.
Did I hear inactive? Yes, inactive. You've paid the fee, which means it's current, but you didn't do the second piece to keep it active. So again, you got notice here. All those people that called Lane on June 11th and said, what do I do? Lane's answer to them was get it closed, because they're going to be active until they wake up on July 1st, till midnight on July 1st. So what can you do? Get it together. You got some time. If you can't get it together, and we got some options. We're going to talk about commission issues. You may still be able to get paid on an expired license. There are some caveats to that. We'll discuss that in our next section. Again, when can you be paid? There's some caveats to this. So we will talk more about this. We'll be revisiting this in our next section when we talk about commission. Inactive. Why? They paid the fee, but they didn't do CE. Questions on this? So now let's say you take CE, but you forget to pay the fee. Well, guess what? You're still out of business on July 1st, but now what's your status? You did CE, but you forgot to pay the fee. So now what is your status on July 1st?
Inactive.
Not inactive.
Oh, it's not? Yeah.
It is, did I hear it? Expired. Expired. Remember, a current license has everything to do with whether or not you paid the fee. Pay the fee, it's current. Don't pay the fee, it's expired. And in this case, I don't care if you did CE or not. So again, what can you do? Well, you're active until June 30th. Again, on July 1st, your license is expired. Can you be paid? Possibly. Did y'all know that? Possibly you can be paid on an expired license. We'll talk about that in the next section. Questions? So let's talk about teams. I know a couple of you are on, you said you were on a team. Do I have anybody on a team? I don't remember, that was a long time ago. A couple of you are on a team. Anybody thinking about a team, considering a team? Maybe one day. I'm on a team. You know, there's pluses and minuses to everything. What I know about teams is they're not all created equally. So if you're considering joining a team, I would shop around. I would ask some questions. What can the team do for you? You know, the benefit of the team is you have multiple people making up the unit of one person, if you will. For me, being on a team is really beneficial because it allows me to be here with you guys. It allows me to teach pre-licensing. I remember one year I was coming in, and one weekend I was coming in to teach post, and it was a weekend class, and I was driving to Winston-Salem from High Point. And in the car on my way at like 8 o'clock on a Saturday morning, I got an offer on one of my listings. And I thought, what in the world am I going to do? Because I'm getting ready to go teach all day from 9 to 5. What am I going to do? So what I did, I called my team leader. I said, we got an offer. Will you help me? And she took it over. And y'all know what? By the time I finished class that day at 5, we were under contract. Easiest negotiation I ever did. All I had to do was call a team member and say, help me out. To me, it's worth it because it allows me to do other things, such as this. A team is not for everybody. And again, it's important that we know that not all teams are created equally. We'll talk a little bit more about that. So first, just the basic definition of a team, a group of people with different skills and tasks who work together on a common project. In this case, it could be a common listing or a common buyer. But we're all working together. We're supporting each other. We're helping each other get through this. For example, on my team, we have somebody that does our measurements and our pictures. We have somebody that does our marketing and advertising. We have the people that go out and work with the buyers and sellers. So all of us together do the job of one person. The commission has no rules or regulations on how a team is structured. There are no commission, license law and commission rules. Teams can and do structure. There's no right or wrong way to do so. Some teams like mine come together for all of us equaling the one person. Other people will team up to cut their advertising expenses in half, for example. So you have options out there. You can advertise and promote together. You know, again, if it's something you're considering, then I would ask some questions like, is the team been licensed? Is the team an entity? We'll talk more about that in a second. And how you can advertise. Some teams, I've heard about this, some teams won't let you, the individual, promote yourself. Everything that you do is under the team name. And the problem with that in some people's mind is that nobody knows who Julie Campbell is. Everybody knows who Team USA is. So you kind of lose your identity. Again, all teams are created differently. So if you're considering a team, I would actually start a list of questions, things that are important to you. If you want to keep your personal identity, then you're not going to want to join a team that makes you advertise only under the team name. Does that make sense? So you got to explore your options and find out which one, if it's something you're considering, works best for you. So there's two different types of teams or team structures, I guess we can say. Those teams that are set up voluntarily, there is no entity. There is no firm or entity. The team name can be advertised with the firm name. So you could advertise Team USA with ABC Real Estate. The BIC is the firm, the office designated broker in charge. Since the team is not a firm or an entity of itself, then they don't need their own BIC. There's just one BIC of the firm. And then the agency agreements are just in the firm's name. The team does not need to be on any of the agency agreements. This would be an example of two agents teaming up to maybe split those advertising dollars, maybe help each other out when they go on vacation. Let's call this a very informal very informal team. And for some people, this absolutely works. You guys have been in the industry long enough. Those of you that are active, have you tried to go on vacation yet? You want to know the fastest way to sell a house? Go on vacation. It's the darndest thing. I swear, about the time you're pulling your suitcase out the closet, your phone will start blowing up. And at some point you say, man, I wish I had somebody to help me because I just want to go to the beach. That may be a benefit for being on a team, having somebody take over so you can do that. Again, however you guys create that. The more formal team is the team that creates an entity. These are the team members that are duly affiliated. The team has a broker in charge. The office has a broker in charge. And all the affiliated members are duly affiliated. They're a member of the team and the firm. Again, there's a new rule. This was just last year, I think, July 2021, that a PB can now have 2 brokers as long as both brokers are under the same roof. So the team has a broker and the office has a broker. That's the only time that a PB is allowed to be dual affiliated. Do you get paid by the team or by the firm? It just depends. It just depends how that compensation structure is set up. There's some good, honestly, you guys, when it comes to teams, if this is something you're considering, your best place to start is Google. You're going to get the good, the bad, and the ugly. And maybe even talk to people, agents that you've met. There's pluses and minuses to everything. So I wouldn't discount it just yet. It could be a way to help you grow. It could hold you back, right? It just depends on you and your personal goals and what you're interested in. Comments on a team? Any thoughts on a team? I will say, as far as my team goes, not only are we're so supportive of each other, but, and not to sound cheesy, but we genuinely enjoy being together. We genuinely enjoy each other's company. So it's not a chore to work together. We work hard and then we'll play hard. We'll go out to dinner, grab a beer, whatever, we celebrate the small successes together. We're very much a unit. We all come together to make one unit. And I like having that. My portable AC unit in my room right now is compliments of a team member. Thank you. I put a cry out in our WhatsApp and said, can anybody help me? And that day I picked up a portable AC unit. So they're a great resource to have. Thoughts? Okay. All right. Well, let's go ahead, take our next break. Again, I know we're just a little early, but we're getting ready to start another section. So let's see, I got 2:43. So let's come back at 2:55 and we keep going. Welcome back. How are we doing? Everybody hanging in there with me? I just stepped outside. I thought it was a cool down. They said, oh, it's going to cool down this weekend, and not on my front porch. It's not anyway. It is. It's still pretty hot out there.
See, here it's like breezy, but it's not real humid. It's warm, but it's not real humid.
See, I think we got humidity because I felt like I was being slapped with a warm towel when I walked outside, you know, and that's not pleasant.
It's been terrible for that this week.
Oh, I know. I think I told you guys we got the AC guy coming on Monday, and depending on how long he's going to be, we might check it into Hampton Inn next week because this is rough struggling with this heat. And the Hampton Inn has a pool. I don't have a pool, and I can get some breakfast. And I think I've already pretty much decided I want to check into the Hampton Inn. We just may have to go rough it for a few days, especially if it's going to be like 96 degrees. These little portable AC units are good. They're not that good. All right, this one's doing, I mean, it's keeping me 73, 74 degrees in my room. So that's nice. Okay. So, a form that we just mentioned, again, various types of forms here under this forms tab. This one probably falls, yes, Form 208. So activation and broker affiliation. This is the form if your license goes inactive. To have you guys? Okay, all right. If your license goes inactive or expired and you want to reinstate your license, this is the form you can use to activate, put your information in. I don't know how it's done these days, but when you affiliate with a firm, the BIC, submit your information, submits that you're under their supervision, you're affiliated with them. It used to be they had a paper form they had to mail in. I'm pretty sure that's not the case anymore. So they might be able to do it online, and they may actually just use this very thing to affiliate you with them. So affiliation and activation form if your license goes expired or inactive. Questions on anything we've talked about so far? That gets us through the first section, just that general North Carolina licensing requirements. Questions about anything we've talked about so far? Again, I'll put my PowerPoints and Learn Test Pass in that Campbell folder, so you'll have everything that we've done so far. Okay. All right. The next topic, the next section is very important, very important. Maybe the most important thing that we talk about. Let's talk about how we get y'all paid. Let's talk about some money. There's various, this is compensation issues, and I don't know why they call them issues, because I don't think they're issues, but just various things that we need to be aware of when it comes to our commission, when it comes to how we get paid, firm policy, that kind of thing. So our compensation issues. First off, as a little reminder, an individual or entity must have a real estate license on active status when providing broker services to legally be paid. Remember, we said earlier that you might be able to be paid when you're expired or inactive, when you leave the firm. We'll talk more about that. The key there is that you still provided most of the broker services while your license was active. So if you forget to do CE, you know on June 11th that on July 1st, your license is going to go inactive. Try to brokerage as much of that deal as you possibly can. Again, we'll discuss more in just a second, as long as you provide the services though. And remember, we talked about those activities that constitute a brokerage activity. What is considered a broker activity? And that's where we discuss the three activities of the funnel: the transfer of real property for others, for compensation or consideration, or a promise thereof. So when we talk about, as long as you brokerage most of the deal, as long as you brokerage most of the transaction, these are the activities that you're engaging in. And as you can imagine, there's some laws and rules around commission compensation, not many though. Again, this is just here for your reference. If you want to jot it down or reference it in the PowerPoint so you have somebody to refer to. So you guys do your head one way or another. May you ever share part of your commission with an unlicensed person? Can you share your commission with an unlicensed person? And I got head shaking no, and you guys are absolutely right. Because remember, the 3 activities for brokers: transfer real property, for compensation, for others. So we cannot share. Is it illegal for anyone, excuse me, it is illegal for anyone to compensate an unlicensed person or entity for brokerage activity. They should be, if they're not licensed, they shouldn't be engaging in brokerage activities anyway, especially not being paid. So that's where we need to make sure that our unlicensed employees are being paid and handled properly. And you know, earlier we talked about the unlicensed employees of your firm, but you yourself one day may reach a point in your career where you want to hire somebody to come work for you 10, 12 hours a week. That person that comes to work for you 12 hours a week doesn't have to have a license. You can treat them as an unlicensed employee. Just know that they're limited to things that they can do, but also know that ultimately, through the eyes of the commission, you are responsible for them. So if they do anything that violates license law and commission rule, you're going to be the one on the hook. Everybody good with that? The unlicensed employee answers to their employing broker. May that be a firm or may that be the individual. We have several people in my office that have kids out for summer break that want something to do. Boy, we're going to keep them busy. We got interns going on. We're going to have, I say kids, but you know, middle school, high school. They're going to be doing fun things like stuffing envelopes and putting address labels on envelopes, you know, stuff like that. Are they going to get paid? Not as an intern. That's the beauty of an intern, right? But we're giving them experience and they want to do it, and it's a win-win. How about this? One way or the other, head. Can you share your brokerage commission with a buyer or seller that do not have a real estate license? What do you think about this? Could you give some of your commission to your buyer or your seller? I'm seeing head shake no. Some are saying maybe. Some are saying, Julie, why in the hell would I do that? I hear you. We'll talk about that in just a second. I hear you. So technically, yeah, you can pay commission to a buyer or seller in the transaction as long as it's included as part of your agency agreement. We discuss this in your agency agreement. And the fee is disclosed in the settlement statement. If it's the buyer, the lender needs to be aware that the buyer's making commission. And as we said, if it's the buyer, so it has to be disclosed. All monies that change hands as part of this transaction has to show up on the settlement statement. And the fee with the buyer has to be disclosed to the lender. Here's the deal. Why is this allowed, but the others isn't? Because technically, the buyer and the seller are not being paid a referral fee because they're party to the transaction. And so it's not really an exception. It is allowed because they are a party to the transaction. Guys, there are people out there right now that are trying really hard to get business, and they're advertising. If you hire me, I'll give you $1,000 in my commission. So the real estate commission will allow them to do it. Now it's down to firm policy if it's allowed. Remember, it's not your commission to give away. So the firm has to be in agreement to this. What are your thoughts on this before I offer my 2 cents? What are your thoughts?
Can I just understand this better? I'm sorry. So are we talking as if the buyer or seller has a professional service or a different business and we enlist them to, I don't know, clean a pool?
Nope.
They have a pool
We're
service?
just paying them our commission. Work with me and I'll pay you.
I don't understand it. I don't get it.
I think that's where most of us are.
It seems like it would be unlawful because it almost seems like you're bribing them, or it just, it surprises me that they allow it.
If we could
Yeah.
use another word besides bribe, you're trying to win over possibly competitive listing or possibly a better, a buyer competitive appointment. You're trying to win that business. How are you trying to win it? Well, with money. So yeah, I guess that would be, in a sense, that would be bribing. Agents have been desperate here lately, right? Have you guys tried to get a listing in the last couple of years? And maybe this is one tool that you can use in that competitive listing appointment. Hey, if you let me list, I'm not reducing commission. I'm going to pay. Again, you have to check with your firm policy. Y'all don't show up to the office on Monday and say, Julie said we can do this. You show up to the office on Monday and say, I just learned about this. Is this part of the firm policy? Okay. The commission allows it. Now it's down to the firm. What else do you think? I'll let somebody else talk. I got 4 cents on this. Trust me. Any benefits other than getting the business, winning the business? And in this market, we know it's tough and competitive.
I feel like it's bribing, like it's a bribe. You're bribing the business versus because in the business I'm in now, like that's not even lawful. Like you can't bribe for business. So that's kind of interesting.
I mean, I know it's a bribe and everything, but like, let's say I have a seller and I'm like, I'm going to give you $1,000 if let me list your thing, whatever, right? Wouldn't that, like, if the seller says, okay, I'm gonna, also let my friends know that you're, giving me an extra $1,000, you could be getting business as well. I know it's wrong, but you could also get business from, from other sources from him. I mean,
so now you got the domino effect going on, right? Now you got 3 listings because you're willing to give up $1,000, not give up, but give. I mean, everybody, this is the difference in reducing your commission and actually giving your commission away.
I was just about to bring up that, Julie, like the reducing the commission, that's legal.
Mhm.
But this whole thing that you're talking about, it just goes against everything I've ever known.
Honestly, I didn't know this was a thing until I started teaching this class. And like I said, I sat there for the long and thought, why in the guys, here's my 5 cents on it. My price keeps going up, but here's my 5 cents on it. My dime advice to this. I mean, I understand it's tough to get business right now, and sometimes drastic times call for drastic measures. I also feel I'm coming up on 21 years. And I feel like we as agents have never worked harder before for our commission dollars, is what we are right now, especially if you're working with buyers. We've never worked harder before. In one sense, I feel like it downgrades our services. If you're willing to just give up money left and right, we're telling the consumer that, hey, we can do all this work for less fee. So I fear the possible consequences of this is that the consumer can say, well, if she's willing to give up $1,000, then clearly she thinks her services are worth X amount minus $1,000. Again, this is up to the individual agent and the individual firm. What we need to understand right here, right now, is that the commission will allow it because the buyer and the seller are a party to the transaction. They're not referring business. They are a part. And basically that's what we are paying them for, is as a party to the transaction. For those of you that have been on a listing appointment yet, who's been on a listing appointment? A couple of you. Have you been asked yet? Are you willing to reduce your commission? I mean, that just kind of goes hand in hand with listing appointments. And so you need to have your firm's response ready for that when you go in, because you're going to get asked that question. To me, this is just take it like you got, we said we're not going to call it a bribe, but then 3 of you called it a bribe. So I hear what you're saying. I know we need to go to the source and find a better word for that, right? But that's pretty much what we're doing. We're trying to win the business over because it is so competitive out there. Personally, I don't know anybody doing this. But what we need to know, again, the here and the now, is it is allowed. The commission will allow it. Now it's up to the firm policy. Y'all say you learned something today. So let's talk through some examples. You're the listing agent on a property listed at $395,000. You receive a written offer from an unlicensed buyer who doesn't have an agent, who don't have an agent. The offer is 400,000, but requests that the buyers receive 8,000, the listing company's commission. Clearly, this is not in this market. In this market, the sellers have the upper hand and they know it. But that pendulum will swing back. We'll be in a buyer's market again. And buyers will be able to look at you and say, I'm going to give you an offer, but I want some of your commission. They're going to have the upper hand one day and they'll know it. So you listed it for 395, make an offer for 400, and the buyer wants $8,000 of the listing company's commission. So they want the listing firm to pay them $8,000 for bringing them to the transaction. As long as we have agreement of the seller, can the listing company agree to pay $8,000 at closing to the buyers? What do we know now? Yeah, as long as it's disclosed on the settlement statement. Because remember, any money that changes hands as part of this transaction has got to be on the settlement statement. And if the buyer's getting a loan, it's got to be disclosed to the lender. We have got to disclose this. Must, there's that word, strong word, must the listing company agree to pay the unrepresented buyer? Do we have to do this? No. Just like anything else, all terms are negotiable, and us negotiating our commission and negotiating away our commission in this sense is completely negotiable, and it doesn't have to be done.
Well, that's a savvy buyer. And I see exactly what they did.
They've been around the block a few times, haven't they? They're like, I got this.
Yeah.
Especially when that pendulum swings back and they know the power that they hold. And right now, like the sellers know the power they hold, and one day the buyers will know, and you may get this phone call. And again, can you do it? Now it comes down to your firm policy. I don't know if you guys have been following or not, but there's a lawsuit going on right now with the National Association of Realtors and the Department of Justice, and it's proceeding, it's going forward, and part of the case revolves around our commission and why sellers are paying commission to buyers agents. And depending on the outcome of this court case, the way we are paid commission may change drastically. Today, where we are, typically the seller pays the listing firm shares their commission with the buyer's firm, right? That's where we are today. If this court case goes the way that it is heading, sellers are going to pay listing agents, buyers are going to pay buyers agents. And so we're going to have to approach those conversations with both differently. So again, one of those things that's evolving, one of those things that, we just need to keep our eye on it and see what happens tomorrow.
I was going to say, Julie, that I didn't know that it was a law. I thought that the selling agent, the seller's selling agent, if the seller wanted to cooperate with the buyer's agent to for marketing or helping bring a buyer, then that's where they would get commission. But if they say no, we don't want to pay the buyer's agent, then that's their right. But I didn't know that it was, and that's just we as consumers, because I get this a lot. Well, when back home, I got this a lot. Well, I thought that the seller's agent paid your commission. No, customarily or traditionally, that's the way it's been. But if you look at the agreements, it doesn't say that.
That's
so
right.
I didn't know it was a law.
And it's not. And you sound like the perfect legal defense for the National Association of Realtors, because the sellers don't have to sign the listing agreement saying that we're going to share. Because, our listing agreement says the seller is going to pay X amount, and then it takes it a step further and says, of that X amount, this is how we're going to split it between the firms. X amount to the listing and X amount to the selling. And to your point, the seller doesn't have to sign anything. Right? They don't have to agree. So there is no law. And that's exactly NAR's defense. Exactly. The sellers don't have to do this. They can just pay the listing firm. We know our buyer's agency agreement says, Mr. and Mrs. Buyer, I will always ask the sellers to pay my commission first, But if
Mhm.
they can't or won't, then you have to. You're
Right.
up. So
Mhm.
we have a agreement to commission in both our listing and our buyer agency agreement. But where this started was a handful of sellers. You know how this starts. One person sues and 20 other people are like, oh yeah, me too. And all these sellers have come forward and said, we've paid too much in commission for services we didn't receive. We didn't receive buyer's agent services because we were sellers. So that's exactly on point. And that's like I said, you could sign
Or
up for
seller-
NAR's legal team right now, because that's exactly their argument. The seller didn't have to sign it.
But
They didn't
the
have to
seller's
agree
gripe
with
is,
it.
right, but the seller's gripe is they don't want to pay that 6% because they don't value us. That's their way of saying, why am I paying 6%? And the listing agent is saying, well, I'm doing such and such, and I feel my value is at 3 or 4%, right?
Uh-huh.
4%. And I'm going to engage the assistance of my colleagues by giving them 2%. And that's why your house is going to sell as quickly and as, you know, and they don't want to pay the 6%. So that's
Yep.
the gripe.
And I think the other piece of that, I think we as agents have started this too. Have you guys seen agents advertise, let me be your buyer's agent for free. I'll work for free. Well, what is free what is something free for say? What do you think you're going to get for free? Very little. So I think we've done that to ourselves as well, where we downgrade our services, we downplay what we do. And be careful with that advertising, because what if you're working with the buyer, you advertise you work with buyers for free, and then all of a sudden that buyer goes after for sale by owner and the FSBO won't pay you. Now you got to go to your buyer and say, oh yeah, you got to pay me. I thought you said I could hire you for free. I'm not necessarily opposed to sellers paying the listing firm and buyers paying the selling firm. I'm not necessarily opposed to that, but you're right. Customarily, traditionally, the seller pays the listing firm shares their commission because they want buyers agents to bring their buyers. So they entice them, they bribe them, if you will, with a commission to have them bring their buyers in the front door. See how this works both ways?
Right,
You
right.
know?
And one more, I'm gonna take it one more step further and not to spend too much time. What do we think about YHD? What do we think about Purple Bricks? What do we think about what's the other listing discount brokers? Okay, who says we could do the same, we can offer you the same services, we can do the same job, but all we're gonna charge you, Mr. Seller, is 2% or 1%. So it could come from that as well.
And it could have
Right?
exactly right.
Absolutely,
Exactly right.
because they come and they go.
Exactly right. And what do our antitrust laws say? Who sets the commission? It's not NAR, it's not NCAR, it's not NCREC, it's not the Winston-Salem Board of Realtors. It's who? It's the firm. So if the firm wants to advertise, and I hate the word discounted brokers. That just.
Right.
But if they want to advertise, that is totally their right. And there's nothing that anyone can do. So I agree. I think there's been several things that have kind of been building up to this.
Correct.
And now we're here today. And, again, just be prepared for the outcome. Our conversations at buyer consultations could change drastically. We're no longer saying, if you purchase a home within my MLS, my commission will be covered. Now we need to be saying, this is how much I expect to get paid from you when you buy this house. What's going to happen to buyers' affordabilities? If they have to pay our commission, their sales price goes down because now they have to factor in our 2% or 5% or whatever it is our firm expects us to collect. I think the industry as we know it is going to change if this lawsuit. So, what did I say earlier this morning? The only thing consistent in this industry is change, and that includes how we pay, how we expect to get paid. Other comments? If you haven't heard about it, yeah, I agree. A little limit home ownership. I mean, right now we're already kind of pushing people out of the buyer pool because our interest rates are going back up. And y'all, by the way, 5% interest rate, 6% interest rate is not terrible. All right, let's put this in perspective. 20 years ago, it was like 13, 18%, right? So 6% is not terrible. Okay. Was 2% much better? Well, you betcha. you go from 2% to 6%, and now that's a couple hundred extra dollars on their monthly mortgage payment. And now their allowable monthly payment, allowable purchase price is coming down. So I think what we're seeing is finally a shift, a balance in the market. We're gonna have a downhill slide from the market that we were just in. With all highs comes lows, right? So we're going to see repercussions. I think things are going to be tough for the next year, year and a half. So my advice to you is hang on to your hat, get good training, get good education, stick to your laws and rules, stick to your company policy, and just hunker down and weather it out. Other comments? You know, even inventory is coming up. I was with a girlfriend the other day that is in real estate, and she even know, and I'm like, how do you know that? You know, inventory is coming up. If you watch the numbers, for example, in the Triad MLS, they were almost at 2,000 when I looked. 2,000 pieces of properties for sale in the Triad MLS. It's been a long time since I've seen almost 2,000. So we're starting to see those numbers come back up. The market is shifting as we speak.
I don't know if that's, but do you think that it ever, well, not ever, what do you believe for first time home buyers, a realistic number for your purchasing power? That's not even what I'm trying to say. There was a time that maybe a first time home buyer could purchase a house for like $250. Do you think that we'll ever go, maybe that's just in Jersey, but do you think we'll ever go back to that, or the new norm for a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom house is $400, $450, if I said that right, and if you can follow me? I had a couple of thoughts.
No, and I think as we see inventory coming up, competition rising, I mean, we're already starting to see longer days on market. We're seeing price drops in the MLS. Those of you new, you may not know what the heck a price drop is, but the sellers can lower the purchase price. We're starting to see those. So I think we're starting to see home values, or not even home values, offer prices kind of neutralize a little bit, get back to, you know, whatever this definition of normal is. You know, but there's never, I always think of real estate as being on a pendulum, you know, that pendulum's constantly swinging. You got a buyer's market, seller's market, buyer's market, seller's market. So we were in a seller. So now we're coming back down. We'll be equal for a minute. We'll be equalized for a minute, and then it's going to swing back up to a buyer. So that pendulum is constantly moving. It's just a matter of how fast. I think I've learned over the years, if we can slow that thing down, you don't want rapid changes, you know, because if rapid change is going to cause a rapid result, a rapid outcome after that. So that thing slows down just a bit. I think we might see something, whatever that definition of normal is. Here in the Triad, our average home prices used to be 150, 200. Right now they're 250, 300, 250, 275. So our average home prices, as you were saying, are up. I think we're going to see that normalize just a bit.
Yeah, because we don't want to lose value in our properties too much.
Right. I mean,
Right.
How many people bought over value in the last couple of years? The last thing they want to hear is that values are starting to come down. That's the last thing they want to hear. I think we got foreclosures in our future, short sales in our future. There's got to be repercussions to markets like what we're getting out of right now. So again, I'll say, hang on to your hat, folks, because things are going to get interesting. Let's see, we got another example here. Maybe, okay. A buyer agent with the consent of his BIC advertises, use me as your buyer agent. I'll give you $1,000 of my commission at closing. So we all know now, can he do that? Can he give that buyer $1,000 as long as he discloses it, the lender? Even if the buyer doesn't have a broker license, yes, because the buyer and the seller consider parties to the transaction. Again, check, this is something you want to do. Check with your firm and just really, I just advise you to think it through. And know this, I don't know, this may something that may change when everything else changes too.
I feel like once you start something like that, you've kind of opened the door that then when you try to like retract it and stop doing that, it could really like, it could come back to bite you.
Exactly. And what's one thing we learned about with fair housing? What you do for one, you do for all. So you do it in 3 to 4 transactions, and all of a sudden you want to start. Couldn't buyer number 5 say, well, that's not fair. You did it for, couldn't that very well be a fair housing violation, depending on, I mean, I agree. Once you start something like that, there ain't no going back, because what I do know, people talk. And this buyer is going to tell their friends and their friends and their friends. And as soon as you don't offer it to one, that's when it's going to blow up. So be prepared for that.
So could that also like mean it could like push the other, since it's like such a so much competition, would it push the others like firms or whatever to start doing the same thing?
God, I hope not.
I mean,
I mean, you could, because you're going to have everybody say, well, gee, it's working for them, so why can't we try it too?
I mean, I'm just
saying. No,
that.
absolutely. Because I mean, I remember I had, I never made it to the listing appointment. The woman called me and she said, I have my house listed with a firm and I'm not happy with the services. Our listing agreement expires in like a week or 2. Can you come out? She called me. So is that okay for me to talk to her? Because I didn't solicit her. She called me and I said, I'd love to schedule a listing. Well, just tell me your service. We're on the phone. Well, just tell me your services. What do you provide? So we do this and advertising and another. She's like, well, what do you charge? And I told her what my firm said. Will you reduce that? And I thought, I just rattled off all my services on the fly, literally. And you told me that you weren't happy with your broker, that they weren't doing everything, but yet you want me to do more for less. Help me explain this. That was the only conversation I had with that woman. I never talked to her again. I was okay with that. But like we were just saying, it's kind of the mentality that the public has, how they value our services. I hear you're going to do, an open house and advertise and marketing. I hear your 90-day plan. Will you reduce your commission? And I think we've kind of shot ourselves in the foot over the years by reducing our commission. Because again, we're saying, well, my service isn't really worth this. I'll accept that. And now the public they woke up and they're saying, wait a minute, why are we paying for it if they're not even seeing, offering the value of it? It's going to get interesting. I get you guys all riled up.
Yes, you did.
I brought this up. I was at the office the other day and I brought this up to my BIC and I said, I got a question. And he said, all right. I said, have you ever had a buyer or seller? And he started laughing. He was like, I'm sure I have, and I finished. I said, ask to pay. He said, reduce my commission. I said, no, not reduce it. Pay. He went, no. He was like, that would be the end of that listing or, buyer consultation. That would go. So at least that was my BIC. So I know where my firm stands on that. But yeah, it's a thing. And honestly, I didn't know it until I was teaching this class. This is the piece of the syllabus that I read like 4 times. Am I reading this right? But here we are. So you can, as long as a firm policy. Another kind of exception, this isn't really considered an exception again, because it's like put it in parentheses. It is an exception, but it's not really, because buyer and seller are parties to the transaction. So another exception when it comes to who we can pay commission to is vacation rentals, travel agents. The travel agent, the vacation rental company or firm can get paid a commission, as long as, of course, and here's the criteria here. The travel agent is the one that introduced the client to the broker throughout their normal course of business. The travel agent isn't handling money. They're not engaging in brokerage activities. But if occupancy, may this be for rent or eventually a situation that turns to sale, they can be paid, the vacation company, rental company can be paid a referral fee. Again, as long as they don't touch money, they don't engage in brokerage activities, just as their normal course of business. Are travel agents still a thing post-COVID? Are they still around? Okay, okay. I didn't know what was happening to that industry. Okay. So let's talk about paying you guys. How do we compensate affiliated licensees, those licensees that work for you? Well, as long as your license is current and active status at the time the brokerage activity was performed. The firm license has to be active. The individual broker's license has to be active. The firm can accept commission if their license is inactive. The individual broker can't receive commission if their license is inactive. All of our commission runs through the firm. Why? Because our agency agreements are with who? They're with the firm. Remember, the seller is hiring the firm, not the individual agent. The seller is hiring the firm, not the individual buyer. The best way for the firm, the only way for the firm to disperse their commission, the firm receives commission and then they pay their agents. So they have policies and they have an independent contractor agreement. IC is your independent contractor agreement. And your independent contractor agreements are going to dictate what your commission split is, what happens when you get a bonus. If you get a bonus, are you going to get the full bonus or is it divvied up per your compensation split? Are there any additional fees, transactional fees, desk fees, for example? How are they going to handle referrals? Again, referral fees, outgoing and incoming. And if you, the individual agent, can still get paid after you leave. I know this is so funny to say, but for those of you meeting firms and thinking about joining firms, you need to read that independent contractor agreement before you sign it and make sure you know what happens to your deals when you leave the firm. Can you take your listing with you? Maybe you can, maybe you can't, but remember whose listing it is. Can you take that buyer with you when you leave? Maybe you can, maybe you can't. It should all be spelled out in the independent contractor agreement. It used to be that PBs could only be paid by their supervising BIC or BICs if you were on a team. As of July of last year, the new rule says provisional brokers and full brokers must be paid by their supervising BIC or BICs. So all compensation now flows through the firm. What happens when the firm gets it? How much of that do you get? It's spelled out in your firm policy. All firms offer different compensation plans. Some firms may have different plans within the firm, and you can decide which plan you want. If you haven't affiliated with a firm yet, when you're shopping around, I suggest you do a straight up side-by-side comparison. 100% commission plan sounds really nice, doesn't it? But if you're receiving 100% of commission, do you think your firm's paying for your yard signs and lock boxes?
Heck no.
Do you think, yeah. So 100% sounds nice until you realize that everything's a la carte. If you're on a 60-40 split, yard signs might be included. You guys with me? So that's why you need to actually look at the plans. Don't just look at the big picture, 60-40 split versus 100. Actually look at them and see of that 100%. It's safe to say with 100%, you're going to have some kind of transaction fee. And again, you're going to be out. Those yard signs aren't cheap, y'all. I mean, last I priced them, they're going for like 50, 60 bucks in this area. So, and that's just the cheap metal one that you stick in the ground. What about the nice ones on the post or whatever, you know? So just take everything into consideration. So let's ask you guys another question. Can the licensee receive commission after leaving the firm or if their license goes inactive or expires?
Yes.
I'm seeing some head shake yes. I'm seeing some head shake no. kind of all over the place here again, aren't we? Well, can you? Yes. Here's the deal. As long as you brokerage the majority of the activity and the firm allows it. If you wake up on July 1st and your license is inactive or expired, either you didn't pay the fee or you didn't do CE, your license is inactive or expired on July 1st. Let's just pretend for a second that this closing was scheduled for July 2nd. Okay. When your license goes expired on July 1st, first off, as soon as your license goes expired, you cease and desist brokerage activities. So you go expired on July 1st. Can you attend closing on July 2nd? Can you attend closing on July 2nd? No.
No.
Your broker in charge would have to go to closing, or somebody else in the firm would have to go to closing, because all of your brokerage activities stop when your license goes inactive or expired. The firm policy may allow you to still be paid because you brokerage the majority of that deal. You got that thing from start until the day before finish. So you may, the commission allows it. Now it's down to whether or not the firm allows it or not. Now, if you sign a listing agreement on June 30th, you expire on July 1st, and it doesn't close until August or September, did you brokerage the majority of that deal? You were around for a whopping day, right? So that would be a hard argument to make. And by the way, if the broker in charge, once your license goes inactive or expired, if the BIC allows you to continue brokerage activities, not only will you get in trouble, your BIC will as well, because they allowed you to practice on their behalf on an expired or an inactive license. What thoughts do we have on this one? So when the licensee leaves a firm or it goes inactive, a lot of what happens now depends on the status. The provisional broker, you don't have an active license unless you're supervised by the BIC. And you can only have one BIC unless both are under one roof, right? So if you leave the firm, your license is inactive until you affiliate with a new firm. So because you don't have an active license, once you leave that firm, then you're done. You can't be duly affiliated. If you go to a new firm, you can't be duly affiliated. Okay. The full broker could be duly affiliated. And what the BICs may decide to do is old BIC may keep the broker active until this transaction closes. And then new BIC can keep the broker active, today going forward, new transactions. So that might be one way that the firm can allow. But again, the caveat to this is that we have to have the consent of both BICs. In order for a full broker to be duly affiliated, you have to have consent of both BICs. So when you leave a firm, maybe they'll let you continue working the transaction. Maybe they'll keep it and say, see you so long. It all comes down to the firm policy. This is where it gets, because the commission doesn't get involved with commission. The commission does not get involved. And this is why they say you could do this and this as long as the firm allows it. Yeah.
So if this is happening in North Carolina, so if I'm leaving a company and I've worked out arrangements with the old broker for my compensation, they're not going to allow me to take the listing. But I have to stay employed there. Can I can I give off future business to the new broker? And then when I get there, they can just compensate me accordingly?
Yeah, I don't know why you couldn't work that out. So you're saying you're going to stay here and then kind of refer your new business to the new firm and then transfer it over when you get there?
Correct.
Yeah, I mean, that could be one way to handle it. Some may see that as a little, shady. So I would, as long as you're upfront, you disclose that's what you're going to do. Because if you're only affiliated with one firm, who should get that business? So I would go as far as have something in writing and say, I'm affiliated with old firm just for 123 Main Street. All new business is going to go to new firm. And that's what we have to have the consent of the broker, right? I think disclosing something like that would be, because I could very well see where old firm would say, yeah, but you're affiliated with me, so I want half, so that's where we kind of need consent of both brokers, make sure that we're all on the same page there.
Oh, okay.
Some agents move around more than others, I'll say. Some of you, sometimes it just takes a minute to find the right firm. For those of you that have found your right one on the first try, I think that's great. Not all agents have that luxury, but hopefully you'll eventually find your right firm. Sometimes you hear about agents that firm hop, and you just have to wonder what it really is they're looking for because they're just not finding it. So this is another reason why I want you guys interviewing and carefully selecting where you go, not just talking to one person and saying, yeah, sign me up. I really think it's important to kind of compare and contrast. Hopefully you can find a firm that you'll stay with for a long time. This won't be an issue. I've known firms that won't let agents take their listings, their contracts, obviously not their contracts, they won't get paid for it. If you don't close it here, you don't get paid. So there have been cases where the agent waits until this, they may have to wait 2 months until this last one closes so they can get paid and then sign on to the new firm. Again, it's allowed, we just have to have consent of both brokers. We got to make sure it disclosed to both brokers and they're both on the same page here. And keep in mind too, this is only for full brokers, because full brokers can be duly affiliated, PBs, only when you're under the same roof. Other questions or comments? Another good reason to drop your provisional status. Right now, you won't, most of you won't have to worry about this until after Sunday, and then you can put this behind you. Just again, always check with your firm policy. Y'all, please read that thing before you sign it, that independent contractor agreement, please. So let's work through some scenarios here. Mary is a provisional broker. She's affiliated with XYZ Realty Inc. She entered into a written buyer agency agreement with the buyer client in early May. The buyer went under contract on May 20th with a closing on July 3rd. Mary paid her renewal fee on May 30th, but was so excited about her upcoming closing, she forgot to complete her general update course by June 10th. Oh, Mary. So she paid the fee, but she didn't do CE. So what do we know? What is Mary's license status going to be on July 1st? She paid the fee, but she did not do CE.
Inactive.
Inactive. She's going to be inactive.
Yeah.
So can she go to that closing on July 3rd on an inactive license? Can she? No. No, she's going to have to send her BIC. So she sends her BIC. BIC goes on July 3rd. Can he pay Mary while she's on inactive status? Can he? Well, he can, as long as the firm policy allows it. This is where I think the commission's pretty sneaky on this one, aren't they? They're saying, we'll allow it. You just got to get your firm to agree to it. As long as your firm agrees to it. And again, you guys, this goes back to the commission doesn't typically get involved with money. They don't typically get involved with fees and commission. This is why, in a sense, they're putting it back on the firm. Comments on that? So when provisional brokers change firms, again, we got to be careful because you guys can't be duly affiliated. So as a PB, you can only be in one firm at a time. So can the PB wrap up the transaction under the old company once they affiliate with the new? Can a PB do it? And I see head shaking no, and you guys are correct because they can't be duly affiliated and they can't work for a firm that they're not affiliated with. So unfortunately, as a PB, you may need to leave that one behind. And we don't like that, do we? So your other option may be to stay until the firm until this one closes and then go to the new firm for the new. You guys with me? But you're not going to be able to be paid by the old firm once you leave. Could the old BIC pay the provisional broker commission after the PB leaves? Could that PB still get paid? Again, it comes down to firm policy. Old firm would have to pay new firm for new firm to pay provisional broker. Because remember, all compensation runs through the firm. So if the firm policy allows it, real estate commission, again, you guys, the real estate commission has taken a few steps back and saying, y'all hash this out because firm policy and antitrust rules are so shaky. The commission's not going to get involved. But keep in mind, the PB can't continue doing brokerage activities for the old firm. We're just talking about, can they get paid? Do I have everybody here? Everybody good with that?
Ms. Julie, and remind me again, just to get the provisional status off, all you need to do is the 3 30-hour class, correct?
Yep.
So once you're done with all 3, you're a broker, full broker.
Yep.
Is that
Yep.
correct?
Yep. So you won't have to worry about this after Sunday. Hang out, just hold on to your firm for one more week and then you can, and then after next Sunday, you won't have to worry about it. Fair enough? Yep, once you drop that provisional status. For brokers, for full brokers, again, full brokers can be duly affiliated. So can a full broker leave one company to join a new affiliated and be affiliated with both, finish one transaction and start new business in a new? Yes, simply because they can be duly affiliated. And then the question that comes in, well, who can pay them? Either broker can pay them because you can get paid from, you're being supervised in this transaction by this BIC, you're being supervised in this future transactions from other BICs. So again, you guys, you won't have to worry about this. Some of you longer than others, but I think about half of you are done next Sunday. So that's pretty exciting. You guys are so close. Questions on this? Okay, let's go ahead and take our last break. It's hard to believe already, but I got 3:48. So let's just take a good stretch. We'll come back at 4 o'clock and just wrap it up for today. All right. Let's see, Michelle's got a sweater on now. That means your AC is really working, doesn't it? I'm not helping because the afternoon sun comes in my window here in my room. So I kind of feel like I'm making my little AC unit fight harder, but I like the sunlight too. So it'll go off in an hour. I'll give it a break. Any questions, comments, concerns? Okay. So let's walk through a few more scenarios with this compensation thing. We're going to talk about Nick. And first off, what we have here is kind of the big picture in Nick. So this says that Nick is leaving ABC Realty. He's earned $11,500 in earned commissions on transactions that should close within the next few weeks. So there's a couple possible different scenarios, and that's what we're going to kind of break down, the different options that Nick or the firm may have. So again, this is the big picture. So the first scenario, if Nick is a PB and is not affiliating with a new company, may he be paid as each transaction closes? He's a PB, he's not going anywhere else. Could he still get paid as the transaction closes? And I'll take yes or no, or I don't know. I'll take that too. That'd be the honest answer, right? So PB, he's not changing firms. He's just leaving the company. Again, as long as he brokered most of the deal, he stopped the activity once he left. Okay, he's not affiliated, so he's not under anybody's direct supervision, right? He's, as a PB, he decides he's getting out of real estate, I guess. Whew, that was fast. Nick didn't last long, did he? So he's still, if the firm allows it, he still could get paid as long as he brokers most of the deal. I think that's the only thing that the commission really says. As long as you brokers the majority of the deal. Okay, so again, if you sign the listing agreement yesterday and you leave the firm today, you didn't brokers the majority of the deal. I'm going to have to say, if you're leaving, this thing is closing within the next week or so, right? Just throwing a number out there. Same scenario, Nick's leaving ABC, $11,500 in earned commission that should close within the next few weeks. Again, Nick's a PB, he leaves ABC and he affiliates with XYZ. Who may pay Nick his commission? Who do you think can pay Nick? I would agree. Either he can only get paid by a supervising BIC, right? So ABC could pay XYZ, XYZ could pay Nick. ABC, I don't think that's right. I don't think ABC could pay Nick. ABC could pay XYZ because Nick's a provisional broker. So I see a correction here. Because Nick can only be paid, he can only be affiliated with one broker, and he can only be paid by a supervising broker. So the only way for Nick to get paid is if ABC pays XYZ and then XYZ pays Nick. Same thing, Nick's leaving, $11,500 earned commission that should come in the next in the next few weeks. Now, Nick is a full broker. Who may pay him? Again, this is the scenario because he's a full broker. He could get paid straight from ABC. ABC could pay him because he's a full broker. Either, yep. Since he's a full broker, ABC could pay XYZ, but ABC could pay him directly as well. So remember, if you leave the firm as a full broker, if you leave the firm, your active status at your home address. If you want to promote your services, open a trust account, or affiliate anyone under you, then you got to do the big thing, set up the firm or do the sole proprietor. But you could just be for referral, for not referral, for commission receiving purposes only. Let's see. We talked about this. If the firm's license, if the QB's, the qualifying broker's license, or if the broker in charge's license goes inactive, all brokerage activity must stop immediately. So the firm, the QB, or the BIC. So as we've said, make sure all three is renewed as well. I don't know how often that happens if the firm doesn't renew. I'm sure it does. We're talking about it. I told you guys earlier about the scenario where my broker in charge's CE credit didn't get posted. The school just didn't submit it. She did CE, so she thought in her mind she was done, which takes me back to earlier when I said, after you finish CE and post licensing, y'all go to the commission's website and make sure that it's posted. Don't wait to get that notice on July 1st that you're inactive because it didn't post. So give it about a week, go and check your license. If for some reason your CE or your post doesn't get posted, then reach out to the education provider. So if it's with Carolina School of Real Estate, just reach out to Lane and say, my post licensing or CE isn't on the commission's website, and she'll track it down, she'll source it. So let's see what we got here. XYZ is one real estate company that engages in brokerage at 10 different office locations over a 3-country area. It has a BIC at each office. In total is more than 350 affiliated brokers and PBs at its combined office locations. That's pretty typical, right? You get some of these big firms with multiple office locations. Just because you're Allen Tate, for example, does that mean all Allen Tates fall under your umbrella? You might be franchised. So you might have 3 or 4 Allen Tates under this firm umbrella, right? Kind of think like McDonald's, you know, they're franchised out. Each office is independently owned and operated. So this particular case, like what we say, 10 different office locations over 3 counties. They have in total 350 affiliated brokers and PBs. The QB, one QB of the whole firm forgets to renew their license by June 30th. And unaware, its affiliate agents continue to provide brokerage services on behalf of XYZ's clients. Can XYZ be paid for services after July 1st, but prior to returning to active status? Can the firm get paid after July 1st if the QB's license goes? No, it's that trickle down that we talked about. So unbeknownst to the agents, boy, that's just bad management right there. If they don't let their agents know to stop, because remember what we said, it's not only the firm license goes and the BIC license, the BIC goes back to BIC eligible, PBs go inactive as well. But it's also the agency agreements. If the firm doesn't have an active license, then we don't have active agency agreements. So this is bad. When this happens, this is really, really bad. Again, when you want to open your own or start your own company, how do we prevent this? Keep your eye on your records at the commission. Make sure they're saying what they're supposed to say. We talked a little bit earlier, if you want to create a business entity for a pass-through. So example, you, the individual broker affiliated with a firm, but you want to create a business entity for a pass-through. You don't need to be a firm. You don't need to be a BIC, as long as it was created for the sole purposes of receiving compensation and treated as a pass-through for tax purposes, excuse me. I know several agents that have this. Again, it could be tax benefits. Talk to your accountant. See what they think is best. Oh, we weren't done. I'm sorry. So firms not required to have a BIC if it's created for sole purpose of receiving compensation. It's treated as a pass-through. It doesn't have a principal or a branch office. or there's nobody associated with it other than the QB. You, the individual agent, would be the QB, the qualifying broker. And you wouldn't need to have a broker in charge if you're just using it as a pass-through. In this scenario, when you create your own business, one way that the BIC can protect themselves, they could have it in the firm policy that requires you to provide proof of active licensure of your firm annually. In other words, show the BIC that not only did you renew your individual license, but that you also renewed your firm license as well. So in this case, that pass-through company, May 15th to June 30th, you renew your individual and your firm license. The BIC may require to see that just to make sure that they can properly pay you. Have it for their records. Briefly touched on this earlier, just to make sure we're good. When will the licensed entity not have to have a BIC? Again, if the QB created just to receive funds, just for the sole purposes of receiving commission, the only person affiliated is the QB, and the only thing they're doing is collecting commission from the firm. The entity has no office, and the entity is how it's taxed through the IRS. If they're taxed as a sub corporation, that could be an Inc. or an LLC. So whether or not, if you create your own for a pass-through, whether or not you need a BIC or not, just depends. So let's talk about Allison. Allison is a broker working with XYZ. She's advised by her CPA to create an LLC and have her BIC pay her commission to her entity rather than to Allison directly as an independent contractor. So Allison creates Allison Realties Inc., obtains a taxpayer ID number, and registers with the North Carolina Secretary of State. Can XYZ now pay Allison's commission to her LLC? She's created her entity. She's created her taxpayer ID. Can XYZ pay Allison's LLC? Yes. Yes, they can. Will Allison need a BIC for her LLC? Well, it depends. If she doesn't want to have a qualifying broker, if she doesn't want to have people affiliated with her, right? The answer to that is it depends on those other things that we talked, trust account, advertise, or not advertise, but just running it solely through as a pass-through. CYA, call your accountant. Anybody have a LLC or an Inc. set up for themselves already to be paid? You do? Good. Because you've been, how long you been in the business? You've been around for a while, haven't you? I'm learning this.
Myself?
Huh?
Oh, I have an LLC, but not for what we're talking about here.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay.
So just in general, how long you been in real estate?
2003, 4.
Okay. I see you doing the
It's been a
math. Yeah.
while.
Yeah, you've been
Yeah.
around for a while. So,
Yeah.
and usually I think once it comes with experience, and again, once you do your taxes a couple years, then it's like, well, maybe an LLC would be beneficial. So you talk to your account, and then you talk about it. Again, it's just all talking about the benefits of being paid directly to the LLC versus being paid to the individual. So. Okay, questions? Another possible, again, I don't know why they call them compensation issues. Let's call it another compensation discussion. Let's call it that. Sharing commissions with other firms. Now, we touched on this earlier, talking about the NAR DOJ thing. There are no written rules, written agreements between the firms. The best thing we have is the compensation as offered to us throughout our MLS. So if you're in this area, we're a member of the Triad MLS. Those of you that Maria's down east, Justin's down east, so you guys aren't members of the Triad MLS, and I don't know the name of your MLS, but you have a different MLS. So you're offered compensation through your MLS. For those of you that are active, when your buyer calls you and says, I want to see 123 Main Street, you pull up MLS and you can see right there how much commission you're being offered if you sell 123 Main Street to that buyer. That's what we mean by the cooperating firm, the listing firm cooperating and sharing the commission. They advertise right there who or how much you're going to get when you bring this buyer. What if you're not a member of that MLS? What if I decide I'm going to go outside of the Triad MLS? Maybe I'm going to go show a home in the Triangle MLS. Is my commission guaranteed? No, because we only offer compensation to members of our MLS. Could they pay me? Sure, they could, but I would need to verify that, right? Before I drive to Raleigh and show the property. So the promise of compensation is only within our MLS, whatever MLS you're a member of. You know, our real estate license says we can engage in brokerage activity in any property as long as the property is located in the state of North Carolina. So there are no limitations there, but just be very careful. If you ever try to go outside of your MLS, you need to verify your commission before you get too far to ensure that you'll get paid. There is no promise.
Julie, can we join other MLSs in North Carolina?
Absolutely.
Oh.
Absolutely. So there's several cities that are like in this, or counties that are like on this, you know, for example, Burlington. Burlington could go either way. It could go Triad, it could go Triangle. You know, Salisbury could go Triad, it could go, Charlotte's is called Canopy. So if the property is kind of in the middle, and several firms that are in the middle there are members of both. So in order for you, the individual broker, to join an MLS, your firm has to be a member of it.
Oh, okay. Fine.
Yep. So as long as your firm is a member of both, and like I said, it's not uncommon, especially when you're in some of these blend, you know, right on the border kind of areas like Salisbury, Burlington, for example. I'll share with you guys one thing my firm has started doing. When we go under contract, we're printing the MLS sheet so we can verify the commission that's being offered at the time we went under contract. We had an incident with an attorney that tried to pay us like 2%. We were like, MLS says 3%, and they wanted to see, and we got our commission, but it was kind of like, okay, we live and we learn, right? So we go under contract, we print the MLS sheet so we can see it. So if there's any question, we have that in our file, because BHH does that too. Because what do we document? Everything. And if you're not watching, y'all, I'm telling you, ain't nobody gonna watch your commission like you. So if you're not watching that, you can please, you know, take that advice back to your firm as well. It could protect you one day. Like I said, we won. I mean, I hate to say we won, but the attorney, and we didn't have that at the time we went under contract. So protect yourself. Ooh, not only do BHS do that too, but they're required. So that's part of your mandatory compliance forms. Like, you're not getting paid if you don't have that kind of thing. So yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to say this has been an issue, but it's so easy to go into MLS and change something, and you can see a history, but you have to request that directly from the MLS. You have to go through the administrator and see when the change was made. So it's as simple as printing a piece of paper or printing a page to a PDF and throw it in your transaction file. So may we pay any real estate broker or company in North Carolina or any other state, as long as their license is current and active at the time the service is performed. Yeah, we can do out of state referral fees. We can pay agents from other MLSs. Again, the only commission that is required is in your MLS. Everybody good with that? Anytime you're going outside of your MLS, you need to verify it. And if Charlotte MLS isn't paying you, then you have to go to your buyer, because that's what our buyer's agency agreement says. I will always go to the seller first for commission, and if they can't or won't, then you will have to pay me. If you're referring business out of North Carolina, or if you're accepting referral business from somewhere other than North Carolina, we can't cross state lines for the purpose of conducting business. So let's say you send an outgoing referral for your cousin in pick a state, Kentucky. You can go visit your cousin in Kentucky, sure, but it's just for personal. You're not going to Kentucky to help your cousin with this real estate transaction. Your license says you cannot practice in Kentucky. You can only practice here. So you cannot enter the state that you have sent the referral fee for business, for the purpose of conducting business. Like we said, that local MLSs govern sharing commissions if both firms are member of the MLS. If you're working in another MLS, your commission is not guaranteed, so you just want to verify it. Call the listing firm in Raleigh or Charlotte and say, I have a buyer, I want to work with them because there's somebody close to me. I'm in Triad MLS, will you guys pay me? And if they say no, then you call your buyer and say, if you proceed with this transaction, obviously there could be a good argument. The better thing might be to refer your person to somebody in Raleigh, collect a referral fee and let them handle the transaction. Remember, we can work anywhere in North Carolina, but reasonable skill, care, and diligence says that we have to be familiar with the market and the neighborhood that we're working. So if you don't know Raleigh, you might be best serving your friend or family member to send a referral down to Raleigh, just get paid a referral fee.
I'm sorry. So let me just make sure I understood what you said. So what do you mean that MLS governs the sharing of commission? So if I'm in Greensboro and my client, I get my cousin and I don't want to do a referral. They don't want to do a referral. And I'm down there a lot in Raleigh. If so the MLS can determine if I'm going to get paid?
No. What this is saying is that MLS can only promise compensation for members of that MLS. They can't promise compensation for members for those not a member of that MLS. That's part of what we share in MLS, is not only listings, but we also share compensation cooperation.
I think, okay.
So that's part of why we have that service. So I can say, hey, I have a listing for sale. If you bring your buyer, this is how much I'm going to pay you, right?
Right.
But that only applies for people that are member of my MLS. There is no promise of compensation for those that are not members.
Okay.
So could you go to Raleigh? Yeah, I would, again, what does our buyer's agency agreement say? I'll always ask the seller to pay me first. So according to your buyer's agency agreement, you're going to want to call the listing firm in Raleigh and say, I'm a member of Triad MLS, but I want to show your listing in Raleigh. Will you pay me? Will you cooperate with me? And if they say no, then we go to our buyers.
So the firm can decide if they want to cooperate with someone in another jurisdiction?
Yes.
But we're North Carolina agents.
Yes.
So we're all licensed under the same, oh, that's strange. Okay, I got to remember that.
Yes.
Okay.
But we're members of, we probably have, I'm making a number up here. I'm going to say, just best guess, 6 or 8 MLSs across the state. Best guess, please don't hold me. I don't write that down. Best guess, but each MLS, compensation is only required within whatever MLS or MLSs you're a member of.
Interesting.
I have an example if it'll help her.
Perfect.
Please. So I listed a house back at around the first of the year here in Winston-Salem, and we're part of the Triad MLS, and an agent from Raleigh who's a member of the Triangle MLS wanted to show the property and then put in an offer. And so she called me to ask if my client puts in an offer on this house, will your firm pay my commission? And so I had to call my BIC and ask him, will we pay this Triangle MLS member commission if she puts in an offer for her client and her client's offer gets accepted? It wasn't automatic because she wasn't part of the Triad MLS. Hopefully that makes sense.
And can I ask further, like, how did your firm respond? Did they?
Yeah, they said yes.
But if they had
was it-
said no, I'm sorry, Julie.
Go ahead, please.
If they had said no, how much of the list would you still have gotten your 6% had you offered 6%? If your listing was 6% commission, but your firm is not paying the MLS outside of the Triad, what's your commission? The full 6%?
So that's the way my firm, Berkshire Hathaway, works. That if you don't pay the buyer's commission or it's an unrepresented buyer, then you get the full, whatever that full percent is, whether it's 6 or whatever it is, but you then get that full percent because that's what your agency agreement says.
And that's how it's spelled out in the agency agreement. Yes. That if you have it unrepresented. Yep.
Okay.
So that's got to be back to that negotiation between firm and seller when we're entering into the listing agreement.
And you said unrepresented buyer, even though she's working with the agent else, and that's why she's unrepresented. Or they are.
No, I was just saying if it's also an unrepresented buyer, that's the same way.
Okay.
It's the same way.
Yep.
Gotcha. Thank you.
This is good because we need to make sure that we're protecting our commission, right? So, again, if you're going outside of your MLS, again, just make sure you're familiar with the area, but also make sure that you're getting paid because, the buyer's not going to step up and say, oh, we're in Raleigh, you're not getting paid, let me offer you commission, right? That's going to be on us to make sure that that's covered. Chastity, a couple other questions for you about that situation, if you don't mind. There was a form, I can't think of the name of it, but there was a form that the Raleigh agent should have sent you to agree to pay them, right? There should have been something because there is no promise in MLS. So there should have been some kind of referral agreement or compensation agreement or something, a different kind of written agreement.
Right.
Because it isn't within the MLS.
Right.
One concern I've heard from listing agents about doing this is listing agents feel that working with agents in other MLSs outside of their area, the listing agent may be doing more work. Because if you're not within the MLS, your super key doesn't work that lockbox. So you either got to put a combo box on it or you have to meet them at there every time. If they're coming from Raleigh, they may not know home inspectors in Winston-Salem. So they may be relying on you for reliable. Did you feel like you maybe worked a little bit harder in that transaction because it was an outside?
Yes, I think in those transactions, you definitely work harder because for the same reasons you just mentioned. And, so in that instance, with my BIC saying it was okay, I kind of felt like obligated to because I work for the firm. But whenever I get people who want to, like I have several friends looking for homes in Charlotte, I just refer out just because it becomes, I don't know the Charlotte market, but it does make things more complicated and tricky and they're harder transactions in my opinion.
Agree. I would agree. And really, let's think this through. Why is the buyer's agent asking the listing agent for recommendations on home inspectors, right? The home inspector should be working for the buyer. So if the listing agent says, oh, here are my home inspectors, how's that helping? Is that what's in the best interest for the buyer, right? So I agree, Chastity. Me personally, and guys, this is a personal decision here. We can't, but for me personally, I believe I'd probably do the same thing as Chastity if I get out of my MLS, refer it out, because I know they have the resources. I know they have the access to the property. I know they have the things that I don't. The other piece of that is, you know, okay, we understand that commission is not fixed, but let's just pretend that Chastity's firm, their standard commission is, I'm just making numbers up, you know, 2% for the list and 2% for the selling side, right? If this person from Raleigh came, would they have to offer her 2%? Could they offer her less? So see, that's negotiable too, right? Because the commission's not promised in the MLS. So your firm could have said, yeah, we'll pay them, but we're not going to pay them 2%. We'll pay them 1.5%, because Chastity, we know that you got to go open the house. You got to go do this. So, you know, there's other things to consider, but ultimately I agree. I think it gets tricky. And you got agents that may or may not be dealing with areas that they're familiar with. And how much is gas going for these days? Do you want to drive to Charlotte to pick up the due diligence check and come back? Do you want to drive to Charlotte to meet the home inspector for 30 minutes? I mean, those are all things that you got to take into consideration before you agree to either help that buyer outside your MLS or just refer that buyer. And thank you for sharing. Other comments or questions? By the way, these girls, I love these girls so much. This is the Hershey's commercial, and they say, give a piece of chocolate if you are the tallest, and give a piece of chocolate if you, and then they say, take a piece of chocolate if you like to share. And this little girl hands this little girl a piece of chocolate. That gets me every single time. I love these girls. I love these girls so much. And if Hershey commercials can make you cry, then this is the one that makes me go, oh, that's so sweet. So when we talk about sharing, I think about my girls. We could all learn from kids some days, couldn't we? Other comments or questions about that? Again, just make sure you know where, who, how you're getting paid. Did that one close? Did that transaction for Raleigh close?
Yes.
Good. So we have happy sellers. See, you get parts like Sabrina's neck of the woods. I may be wrong, but you get up in more rural areas, you probably may not have as many e-keys. You guys may still be doing a lot with combo boxes, just because my phone may not work in certain areas up there. And I know they say they're connected to Bluetooth, but that doesn't always work some of the times as well. So, you know, if you have a combo box on the property, it's a lot easier to get somebody in, but combo boxes aren't near secure because firms have a really bad habit of using the same code for every single one of their combo boxes. So once you get one code, man, you're in anywhere and there is no record. So I think ultimately for security, the e-box is a preference, but you may bump into some rural areas that don't. It just depends. So we've kind of mentioned this, but let me make sure we're good. Where do we disclose our fees? Where do we get authorization to pay the fees? Where do we have this discussion? Yep. I'll take a shot in the chat. A couple of you. It all gets hashed out in our agency agreements, both listing and buyer agency agreement. Our commission is discussed in both. The listing agreement says the seller will pay the listing firm. The listing firm will share their commission and how much. It doesn't always have to be a 50-50 split. The buyer's agency agreement says this is how much we expect to get paid. How about this one? We've talked about what if the listing firm isn't going to pay the buyer's agent for maybe a different MLS, for example. But what if the listing in MLS advertises that they're going to pay a buyer's agent? And I saw this once, 0.5% commission, 0.5% commission. Well, I have a buyer's agency agreement that says this is how much I expect to get paid. So if the listing firm is only offering me 0.5%, then the buyer's going to pay the difference. Okay, and that's what our agency agreements say. This is how much I expect to get paid once I perform this service. With referral fees, foreign brokers, we're just referring to out of state. So anything across the state line, you can compensate for referral fees. You can pay for referral fees as long as they have an active license in good standing. And they don't come to North Carolina to be involved in the transaction. Just like you can go to North Carolina Real Estate Commission's website, all states have a real estate commission. So if you're sending an outgoing referral to Utah, you can find the Utah Real Estate Commission and you can make sure that the license is active. You can make sure that it's active before you submit that payment. Again, our license is good for properties located in North Carolina. It's not where I'm standing, it's where the property is located, as long as it's in. And again, you get some of these, I don't know if we have this in North Carolina, but you hear about these towns in certain places where one side of the street is North Carolina and then across the street is Virginia. So you got the state line like smack down the middle of the street. If you're showing a house over here and you're only licensed in North Carolina and you walk out on the front porch and the buyer sees a for sale sign across the street in Virginia, you can't help them. So there may be a situation. Again, I see Sabrina bobbing her head. She's probably going to be licensed in Virginia at some point before it's over too. I have a feeling because you're up in those neck of the woods, you're bound to run into that. So that way, if you're licensed in Virginia, you could run across the street and show that other property.
Can you be licensed in more than one state? I'm sorry. Can you be licensed? Can you have an active license in more than one state?
Absolutely. Yep. Absolutely. We have several. I mean, I got an instructor. Well, I don't, but Lane has an instructor with Carolina School of Real Estate. She's South Carolina and North Carolina because she lives in Rock Hill. So she's close enough to the line that, and she teaches for both states. And you talk about getting confused and going from state to state. That woman just blows my mind how she can know what Zoom call she's on. What state am I talking to today? Because even just going, you know, to various states. So sure. I had a woman in a post licensing class, the last one we did. I think Chastity, you were there with me, and Maria too. She was licensed in Florida and she was coming to North Carolina, and I think Georgia was next on her list. So who knows? She's working on ticking them off one at a time, you know? She'll have them all before we know it. So what documents should be in your referral file? Well, we document what? Everything. And that does include referral documents as well. Any agreement to compensation, any written agreements. You know, if you go into that state's real estate commission to verify that they have an active license, why not do a screenshot? Then you have a date and a time stamp that you saw that it was an active license. Of course, and then there should be a W-9 complete. A W-9 for issuance of a 10, I guess you send the 1099. This is the accounting in me, or the accountant that I don't have in me comes out, but the 1099 will come out at the end of the year once you send that referral fee. But you would need to complete a W-9 to make sure you could, for tax purposes. So if you're sending or receiving an outgoing referral, it doesn't even have to be across state lines. It could just be any outgoing or incoming referral. Just make sure you keep your documentation for at least 3 years. Third-party payments to brokers. So if we are going to make more than what's stated in our listing agreements, we need to disclose that. We have to have written consent of the principal. Maybe, for example, once that pendulum swings back and we're more in a buyer's market, it's not happening much right now, but that pendulum swings back and we get back into a buyer's market, you might see sellers offering to pay buyers agents bonuses. You know, Buyer agent bonus of $500 if you bring me an acceptable offer by 5 o'clock on this date, kind of thing. Builders may offer bonuses to buyers agents. We can verbally disclose the bonus, or the bonus, we'll call it. We can verbally disclose it to a non-principal, so to a customer, but the principal gets the written consent, because the principal is the one with the written agreement, right? Listing agreement or buyer's agency agreement. Remember, with third-party payments to brokers, RESPA steps in and says kickbacks are prohibited. RESPA is the R in TRID. TRID is the lender law. TRID applies if a loan's involved. You guys will talk more about TRID in 302. But it's important that we remember that kickbacks are prohibited to or from settlement service providers. That's what RESPA says. No referrals or kickbacks to or from settlement service providers. Let's talk this through. I'm a real estate agent. I'm a settlement service provider. Yes, I provide a service for settlement. My buyer says, we want to buy a house and we need recommendations on a lender. And I know for a fact that there's a lender in town that for every buyer I send them, they're going to give me a $50 Amazon gift card. So when my buyer asks me about good lenders, I'm sending all of them to that lender. Why am I doing it? Probably because I want to rack up on my Amazon gift cards. Is that what's in the best interest of the buyer? Maybe, maybe not. But by eliminating these referral fees or these kickbacks, then we're eliminating me only suggesting that lender because of what I'm going to get. Remember, it shouldn't be about me and what I'm going to get. It's what's best for them. With TRID, it's highly recommended that we are giving buyers choices. So instead of saying this is the lender we're going to use, the preferred response would be, here's a list of 2 or 3 lenders I've used in the past. Let's research them. You decide who you want to use. If they want to use anybody else, that's fine. But I should be giving them choices because they're the ones that are paying for it. They're the ones that are using this lender, getting the home inspection, pest inspection, etc. So the reason they eliminated this is because the concern of unnecessary cost to the consumer and how serious is it for the consumer. So remember, if a lender's involved, no kickbacks. Basically, RESPA says I cannot receive $1, I cannot receive a donut for recommending service fees. We cannot accept anything. You can get people coming in the office. Maybe you have a home inspector swinging by the office with a box of donuts and a stack of business cards. And they say, here's a donut, I'm going to leave them here, box of donuts, I'm going to leave them here. Y'all have a donut business card. Call me if you need anything. The home inspector can do that because he's advertising their services to the whole office. What they can't do is walk in the door and say, here's a donut for you, you, and you, because you sent me business last year. You cannot receive anything of value. Now, why are they bringing you donuts? Because they want you to call them, of course, but they can't just select. A funny story. My firm had a home warranty company that wanted to bring us lunch a few weeks ago. Heck yeah, we'll take lunch. They went to Taco Mama. It was a really good time. So we had this nice lunch brought in. And of course, when they bring lunch, they got a spiel, right? So we're listening to the spiel and the conversation. And while we're sitting there with this home warranty representative, a representative from a different home warranty company walked in the front door with a box of pastries. We were like, oh, it's awkward. It's very, very awkward. But we got hooked up that day. We got tacos and pastries, and it was a good time. So we had fun. And we talk about settlement service providers. Again, it's anybody that's providing services for the settlement process. So you and I fall in this category: lenders, attorneys, surveyors, anybody that's involved in the settlement process. Think of the contract to closing process. And again, we can't force people to use certain settlement providers. Never look at them and say, this is the home inspector we're using, this is the pest inspector, this is the lender, just sign here. We always give them choices. If you're new, which most of you are, maybe you don't have a relationship with a home inspector yet. Check with your firm. They might have a preferred vendor list. So maybe you don't have personal experience with a home inspector yet, but other agents in your firm might. So you can say, well, here's a list of home inspectors that other agents have used. You give them a list of 3 home inspectors and they say, I don't want to use any of these. Can I use somebody else? Of course they can. It's their home inspection. They need to make that decision. I can recommend, but I can't require. All compensation must be disclosed. We need to disclose and get consent of our principal. This is anything, all our standard fees and anything above and beyond. We have places for that in our agency agreements. Again, we need to keep our principal informed about any compensation, again, any bonuses. Because the thinking behind this is I'm getting that bonus because of the house that you're choosing. For example, the builder that you're using, you choose that builder. And I stand to make a commission. I stand to make a bonus. They have a right to know that. This full disclosure on compensation applies to all sales transactions. Again, this is just for our principals. They got to put that in writing. But when it comes to our customers, just by the by, I'm going to make a bonus. Third parties don't get the same level of service as our clients. And when we talk about disclosing compensation, I think the most important thing is understanding this full and timely disclosure. The full disclosure piece of it means that we're describing the compensation. I'm getting a $500 bonus from this builder if you purchase this new construction. And the other piece to this, the other key to this is that it has to be timely. Is sitting at the settlement table timely? We've taken this whole thing to close, and the only thing my client has left to do is sign. Oh, by the way, as soon as you sign, I'm making $500 extra. Is that timely disclosure? Absolutely not. We need to make this disclosure in sufficient time, like back in the day when they're considering if they want to write an offer, because they need to take everything into consideration when they're writing the offer. Again, let's talk this through for a second. The seller pays the commission off of the sales price. Yes, it's typically a percentage of the sales price. And the seller pays the listing firm the commission. Listing firm shares with the selling firm. Who pays the sales price though? Who actually agrees on the price that they're going to pay? The buyer. So who's probably paying that bonus anyway? The buyer. Don't they have the right to know that your $500 bonus is probably rolled into that sales price that they're purchasing? And that's what this is about. And that's why they need this information when they're considering if they want to make an offer. Once we're under contract, it's too late. We mentioned earlier nominal values, insignificant tokens. There, anything under $50, we're not gonna haggle over. I had a pre-licensing student ask me once if she could have her bonus made in payments, like 5 installments of $49.99. I said, well, I guess if you can get him to agree to that, then I would think that it would all add up. But I kind of like the way she thunk, you know? I see where you're going with this. So let's see what we got here. Let's talk about Derek for a second. Derek is working with a buyer. He's using the standard NCAR exclusive buyer agency agreement. It states that the company expects to receive a fee equal to 3% of the purchase price, but that the company will look first to the listing company for the payment. In the standard agreement, the buyer also gives permission for the company to receive any seller offered bonuses, rebates, or incentives. What oral disclosure must Derek provide the buyer client when showing properties? So let's make sure we have a written agency agreement that all this is okay to do. I can accept a bonus. This is how much I expect to get paid. I know this says what, but is there any disclosure that Derek needs to make now that we're here looking at this property? We've already agreed that we'll allow it. Is there anything we need to do orally?
Tell them what it is.
I would, yeah, because if you say I can accept a bonus, I would want to know what it is. You know, that's a great, and I would think that the listing agreement would say I can accept a bonus up to X amount, but you still don't know exactly what that amount is until you're looking at this home. So I think what it actually is something we would need to orally disclose. The other thing I would say is, how long ago has it been since you guys signed and discussed this agency agreement? Like if this was signed months ago, do you think the buyer remembers this now? So orally, we may need to remind them, remember you said, and now we're here and this house is paying me, this property is paying me $500. So Derek just needs to inform the client when showing the property, what's happening, how much it is, the less, the better, the big, you know. Again, you guys, we do all these written agency agreements up front, but that doesn't mean we're going under contract anytime soon. You may be with buyers for months sometimes. When we get back to normal, you might have a listing agreement for months. So sometimes it doesn't hurt to just remind the client about these things that we already talked about. So this was an actual case, an actual study. Residence was on the market for 1 year at $475 with only one showing. Not in this market. Seller was willing to reduce to $450. Evidently that didn't work out. Second agent came and did a CMA and said $475 is not unrealistic, but if you're willing to go for $450, let's leave it at $475 and offer a $25,000 bonus to selling agent. Seller did as instructed, and within 2 weeks, there were 9 showings and the property was under contract. The only thing different was what? Now buyer's agents are being offered this phenomenal bonus. So they're coming out the woodwork to show the property, right? Is this right? Well, I mean, if you're telling your buyer you don't want to show them a home because of how much you're going to get paid, you may not be in this business for the right reason. Remember, your buyer signs an agency agreement saying, this is how much I expect to get paid when I help you purchase a home. If they're not going to pay it, then you were going to. So the fact that this $25,000 bonus influenced that many buyer's agents, that's the only thing that's changed. There was a flag. This is why it was a case. There was definitely a flag that went up. As soon as that bonus hit, everybody wanted to show it. Well, yeah, I'd create a buyer. I don't know. I would just somehow create a buyer just for the bonus, right? Thoughts, comments, questions? Yeah.
Is that a real case? Oh, it says actual. I wonder why I didn't. That's so weird. It had to be the agents then. I wonder why I didn't get any
Money talks, doesn't it?
yeah. Wow. For a whole year with only
I
one
know.
showing. And 475 was a realistic price. Yeah.
You think some of these buyers were persuaded by their agents? I know this and this is broke, but come on, let's go anyway. This is the only thing that was different.
So maybe they was
You
gonna
know.
give maybe they're gonna give some of that $25,000 to the buyer. Since we now found out we can. I mean,
now that you can, there you go.
Yeah,
I'll
now
give you
that we
half.
can.
I mean, I'll take half of $25,000. You're right. I'm all right
You
with
know?
that. Bonus is a bonus, right? It's still 12,500 more than what I had. I do get to do math in this class. Yay. All right. On that note, I have 5-ish. So we don't go anywhere just yet. We're going to end here for the day. When we come back together tomorrow, we got some more compensation things to discuss. Then we're going to get into the disciplinary action and the process. I'm going to tell you guys how you can stay out of real estate jail, what happens if you do get the letter of inquiry. So we'll walk through that process. And then we're also going to spend some time tomorrow talking about just things that are special to North Carolina, like condos and townhomes and manufactured mobile homes, various things like that. So please remember, if you are not yet set up on Learn Test Pass, please look at that email from Lane and get yourself set up. If you have problems, just reach out to Jane and she'll help you get set up. Watch the video first, because everything you need in there is to access is in the video. So you can use that. I think that's all I have to say. So we'll start up at 9 a.m. sharp in the morning. I hope you guys have a good night. Don't get too wild and crazy tonight on a Saturday night, because you got class in the morning. So keep it tame. But otherwise, you guys have a good evening, and we'll see you guys in the morning.
Thanks, Julie.
Thank you. Good night.
Julie, I have a personal matter.
Yes. So
Um,
let me stop you. No.